Getting the COVID-19 booster is about doing our part to love and protect our families. Vaccines are a life-saving tool in the fight against the virus. Over time, they become less effective at preventing serious illness, just like other vaccines. We need the boosters to increase protection against COVID-19 and its variants, ultimately preventing us from getting really sick or dying. So do it for your family, especially those at higher risk. Protect the ones you love. Vaccinate.
Welcome to the Inquirer's 4th annual Telling Your Health Story Conference. I'm Letitia Stein, the Inquirer's health editor, and I'm so excited that you can join us today. 3 years ago, as the worldwide pandemic was just starting, the time since then has felt like light years in the changes occurring in medicine and society at large. We have faced a novel disease that strained our healthcare system as never before and exposed the inequities in who has access to care. Storytelling has been critical to how we've grappled with all of these issues. Today, we will explore what it means to tell our own stories through the craft of writing, on social media platforms, and by uncovering and sharing those stories that were left out of earlier drafts of history. Also note, the entire conference is being taped, so if you want to rewatch anything, that's always open to you on inquirer.com/live. Today's program is presented by Independence Blue Cross and sponsored by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, whose generosity has made it possible for us to offer this day to you at no charge. We're also grateful for the support of the Lenfest Institute for Journalism and the leadership of the Philadelphia Inquirer. So let's kick off our time together with what has become a signature session at Telling Your Health Story: how to write your health story. We begin the day by exploring the craft of storytelling with opportunities for us to practice and share. Please join me then in welcoming our first presenters. Dr. Amanda Swain is an author, narrative writing teacher, and coach, and a family physician at the University of Pennsylvania Health System. Dr. David Becker is a cardiologist with Chestnut Hill Temple Cardiology. Both Doctors Swain and Becker are longtime guest contributors who write about their experiences as practitioners for the Inquirer. And Dr. Becker has also been sharing his personal journey as a patient diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor. He will be joined by his wife, Dr. Sherry Becker, who has also contributed to the health section of the Philadelphia Inquirer and now contributes with her husband on articles. We'll hear first from Dr. Swain, who will be joined in a few minutes by Sarah Gantz, the Inquirer's deputy health editor, as well as a writer covering health issues for us. Welcome, Dr. Swain.
Good morning. It's so good to be here with all of you. I'm really excited to be here for several reasons. And one of them, and the most important, is that I think it's a really exciting venture to think about telling your health story. And I think the thing we want to point out is that you may not even be telling your health story. Maybe you're telling the story of someone close to you through the lens of a caregiver, a partner, a family member. And this really requires a certain amount of bravery and insight and patience. And so I suspect that if you're here, you feel that by telling your story, you can reach others to educate, to connect, and to entertain. So welcome. I wanted to start with some nuts and bolts, if you will. I think even experienced writers and artists of all kinds can have some trepidation with starting a project. So I hope to give you all some general guidance in approaching how you might want to tell your health story. And I hope this is helpful for you regardless of where you are in that process. One common issue in starting to tell your story is not even really knowing how to manage that process. So the first thing I wanted to point out is you may not even really know what you want to write about, right? Staring at a blank screen or a blank page or a blank canvas can be scary for any of us. And one idea is the idea of using prompts. So a prompt is essentially a sentence or a question that gets you starting to think about what you might want to write or create. So an example of a prompt could be something like, tell me or write about the last time you were in a doctor's office. Write down the last thing that you smelled What's the last thing that your hand touched? I mean, these can be really very broad questions, but the idea is just to start the thinking and writing process. So you don't really need to know where you're going with a prompt. You kind of are going to figure it out along the way. There are prompts everywhere. You can Google prompts. There are Pinterest pages of prompts. There are books composed only of prompts. So they're pretty easy to find. And I think for people that are very new to the writing process, this can be a nice entry point. Another idea is to do some kind of journaling. Now, this doesn't have to be daily. Some people like the idea of sitting down every single day to journal as a way to just touch base with themselves and keep the ball rolling. But journaling in general is the idea of writing things down without any kind of self-editing, which can be really challenging, actually. It's this concept of what we would call stream of consciousness. So you're really just allowing yourself to write down whatever comes to mind, just put it on the page. You're not even sure, again, what you might do with it, but the idea is that you're just getting into the habit of taking things and putting them down somewhere. I say on the page, but really any medium can be useful here. So with journaling, with using prompts, the idea is that you use these and then you see what pops out at you. And this might be a way for you to start to figure out where you might want to go with a certain piece or project. Another thing that I like to think about as an entry point is the use of sensory details. So, for example, if you think about what you've smelled, what you've heard, what you've seen, what you've seen around you, for example, in a doctor's office, at a medical visit of any kind, in an MRI machine, that can be a way for you to start to connect with an experience and start to reflect. So that's just another trick that I use myself when I think I might want to start to explore something, but I'm not really sure where I'm going with it. Some other ideas, I think taking notes is really important. Again, you don't necessarily need to know what you're going to do with that information, but it's a nice habit to get into. And I think for those of us that have had to visit a doctor ourselves or our patients, which is probably everyone here, we've probably heard this idea how taking notes to bring into a doctor's visit can be really helpful as a reminder of what you might want to talk about. And in the same way, taking notes at that same visit for what you might want to write about afterwards, I think can be tremendously useful. So carrying around a small notebook, some Post-its, maybe you're using the voice record function on your phone, maybe you're taking a picture of wherever you are or a part of the experience that you want to be able to reflect on later in more detail. That's another way to try and anchor yourself to that experience and use that later on. I personally use a little moleskin notebook, and I look back at some of my notes and I will admit I don't always know what on earth I was trying to tell myself, but I took the notes. Maybe I'll figure it out later on. Maybe it's a snippet of a conversation I wrote down. I love overhearing other people's conversations in restaurants or waiting areas, writing down quotes that I think are interesting that I might want to reflect on later on. So that's how I use that. Another thing that I want to point out, which may sound obvious, but I think it's worth noting, is that there's no pressure to know where a story is going when you haven't even begun. And what I mean by that is it's easy to put pressure on ourselves when we're writing anything. It can be an essay, it can be a short story, a novel, if you're so ambitious, whatever it is, it can be easy to think we have to understand what it's going to look like at the end when we first sit down. And I think it's really almost impossible to know what something is going to become. And I just hope that people can dial down any of that pressure if you put it on yourself to know what story you're trying to tell from the get-go. There's something that we refer to in creative writing, and that's this idea of some of us being plotters and some of us being pantsers. And what that means is in crafting a story or a novel, some of us like to really think it out in advance. So have some idea of the plot structure, where some scenes are going to go, really think and create an outline in advance. And some of us really go by the seat of our pants. And that means that we just think there was a really interesting idea and we just go. And we don't know where we're going to end up. We don't even know where we're going to stop along the way. We just see what happens. And certainly there are combinations. I think I'm probably somewhere in between. I think I'd like to be a plotter, but I'm more of a pantser. But I introduced those ideas just because they're both really valid ways to start a project. And so I think not knowing where you're going, or maybe even where you're stopping along the way, should not at all prevent you from starting to put something down on paper, something down on canvas. The last thing I wanted to mention is that it can be helpful when you start to tell your health story to think about who your audience may be. Now, you don't need to get super specific, but there is a difference in how you might approach your story if you plan on telling it to your family, for example, versus if you're thinking about telling it to perhaps other people in your same community. So that would be a difference between starting to write some kind of memoir or taking family members along your health journey versus thinking, I have something that I want to say about my treatment for leukemia, and I think I might want to try and write something for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Right? So there may be certain details that you bring in for one group versus the other, one audience versus another, and that might help you decide on an angle for your piece. And just to clarify what I was saying earlier, I'm saying writing, and I know this is writing your health story, but really I think we should be open to lots of different mediums. So it could be putting a pen to paper or typing on a computer. It could be that you are doing some kind of drawing. Maybe you want to do some kind of graphic story, graphic novel. Maybe you want to do some kind of audio, like a podcast. Maybe you want to do a collage, a painting. There are lots of different ways to tell health stories. And I think it's fun, hopefully, to really open yourself up to what might be a way for you to tap into that. So that's really everything I wanted to throw out there before pulling Sarah in. And I just want to say again that I'm really excited to be here with you all. And I think by being here, that you've shown that you're starting to trust yourself and really value your own experience and your story and your voice. And I just think that's so important. So thank you so much.
Thank you all. Dr. Swain, I think you and Sarah were going to perhaps talk together a little bit. As we all know, a big part of the writing process is the creative collaboration that often occurs between either a writer and an editor or just a partner. We have to think out loud sometimes or bounce our ideas off of each other. So I hope that we can talk a little bit about some of what you have just introduced and just what it might mean in practice with one of our experienced writers as well as an editor in Sarah.
Amanda, thanks so much for presenting. You and I have worked together as writer and editors before. One thing that I thought might be helpful for people to keep in mind when they're writing, that is something that I always really appreciate about your writing, is that you write in your own voice. When I read something that you've written, I can hear you telling it to me. And that's something that I, as a writer, have found very helpful too. I think sometimes when we think about the task of writing, it feels like this really monumental, serious thing. We need to write, and every word needs to count, and it needs to be so good. And I often find that the thoughts and the best way to say it comes more easily if I write it as if I'm talking to a friend, or I'm writing it down the way I would tell a friend. And if that doesn't work, sometimes I call up that friend or I go downstairs where my husband is working and I make him listen to me. So I think that that's something to keep in mind as well. If when you're jotting down these notes and you're preparing to come up with a way of how to organize them well, talking about it, explaining it in a way that you would to just a friend or a family member or a loved one can help. I've found, especially if we have people tuning in who are in the medical community, doctors do a lot of writing, but it's a very different type of writing. It needs to be very formal often. And I'm curious what you have found with that, Amanda, and how you help people work through those challenges.
I totally agree, Sarah. I think voice is so important. And I think especially in the sense of telling a health story, you really want to hear the person behind that story. And so I like your idea of writing like you are saying it to someone. And sometimes that's where actually saying it out loud, I mean, recording yourself can be a way to tap into your own voice if you're a little unsure of what that means. I think that really trying to communicate information in a way that other people can relate to is a skill. And I think that physicians hopefully have learned that skill as they work with patients. But that can be something that is really challenging if you're coming from a more technical field and used to essentially almost speaking a different language to colleagues, to be honest. But I think the idea of speaking it through and really not editing how your voice comes through on the page and not necessarily thinking that you have to sound any different than you would if you were talking to a friend is important. It's almost like the idea of the regional accent, so that you wouldn't, hopefully you wouldn't try to speak in what you think is a way that, your accent doesn't come through. It's the same with your writing voice, however the words come to you in your head, I think people should feel free to put them on paper that way. And I know we'll talk about this a little bit later, but this idea that whatever you're putting down is a first draft. There is no such thing as the first and final draft. And I will happily admit that even getting something published means that you get edits and sometimes multiple rounds of edits. And so the same thing applies to when anyone is starting to tell their health story, that it may not be that it comes out exactly how it sounds to you on that first time through. But I think a goal of that first draft should be really just writing it as the words come to you in your head without editing.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's really important. I found that valuable as a writer myself. I'll often kind of plow through a story, just write what comes to me. And then if there's something where I feel like this isn't exactly right or this needs a better transition, and just make a note of that and come back to it later. Sometimes I'll write pieces out of order. I know what the middle should sound like, but I don't know what the beginning sounds like. People can tend to get really hung up on the beginning, that first opening line needs to be so grabby and really draw people in. But it can be kind of a roadblock right at the beginning of the process if you get too hung up on making everything perfect the first time around. Sometimes when I don't know what the lead to my story is, the lead being that first beginning little chunk of text, sometimes I'll just say patient story XXX and then continue writing what the rest of it's going to look like. But I thought what you mentioned about doctors working with patients, and they're exposed to health stories all the time, and that could be another source of inspiration for people. It doesn't necessarily have to be your personal health story. It could be how someone else's health story has affected you. I know I've gotten a lot of columns from doctors who write about what it has been like treating patients with very serious health issues, or finding this balance between being the rigid professional doctor that you're supposed to be and the emotional feeling people that we all are. But I'm curious if you had any other thoughts on approaches to writing these stories that you wanted to talk about. I know that was something that we were going to cover here.
Yeah, I think I tend to be a big fan of capturing something that is interesting or intriguing or that I just really don't understand, and giving myself the time and the space to figure out why that caught my attention. So, for example, I have a folder on my computer that is full of pieces that may be a sentence, they may be a paragraph, they may be a few paragraphs. And it's essentially my place to go when I am thinking about a patient. And I don't really know why, but I'll go in and I'll say, this was the experience that I had. I'm thinking about this. I don't know why. There's probably something here to explore, and I'm going to circle back to it. And I just leave it. And I go back in every now and then. I'm not on a schedule, and I open it up and I read back over things. And I think, yeah, that was really interesting. Why do I still think about that? What am I still trying to figure out about that encounter? And then I'll go back and maybe I'll write another paragraph or a few lines, or maybe I still don't really know what it's about. In fact, the first thing that I ever had published was about an experience I had 20 years earlier. So I guess my lead time is about 2 decades, which is, I guess, fine for now. But the idea stuck with me. I knew that there was something in that encounter that I had with a patient in medical school, but I didn't figure it out. And it took me a long time to figure out what it was about that encounter that I wanted to say, what I wanted to highlight. But I think it is important to capture those experiences when you have them, because you may not know how long it's going to take you to circle back and really start to understand what about that captured your interest and attention.
Yeah, I think that that's good advice because, one thing about writing a health story or any story, but in particular one that's personal to you, is about showing rather than telling. I know the topic of our presentation today is telling your health story, but in writing, what we really want to be doing is not telling people what happened, but bringing them into that moment, helping them feel as if they're there. One example that comes to mind for me, we recently published a personal essay by a Penn student, Rebecca Chun, who wrote about what it was like for her to be completing a year of medical school at the same time that her father was dying of cancer. And it just, honestly, I teared up reading it when I was editing the story because it was so well done. And she made me feel like I was in her exam room. She wrote about how she didn't just say, oh, and then when my tests were over, I rushed to the hospital. She wrote about how she finished up all these rigorous exams. I can't imagine because I don't have a medical degree, but it sounds really tough and stressful to be in medical school and have all those exams. And how after the exams were over, hours and hours of testing, she looked at her phone and she had all these missed calls and messages. Her father was in the hospital. She went to go see him. It was just details like that really helped people bring in the reader to their personal experience. And those are things that, of course, you can reflect on and capture later, but it's much easier to spark your memory from a past event if you've taken notes along the way. So I thought that's a really great point. We have a question here about some tools that we might be able to use. How exactly do we go about doing that for people who maybe aren't that familiar with different writing techniques? What are some tools that we can use? Like, can you talk a little bit about dialogue or how to exactly go about involving our senses when we write?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that one thing to just start to practice is, in any given situation, really think about your senses. And with your notebook that you're now carrying along at all times, you write down, where are you? What do you see around you? What do you smell? What can you feel? Maybe it's under your feet. Maybe it's what's in your hands. Maybe what the wallpaper feels like. What do you hear? Do you hear this kind of indistinct murmur from outside the office door, footsteps of people walking back and forth in the hallway? And what does your body feel like in that moment, right? Do you feel your heart is really beating hard within your chest? Are your palms sweaty? Are you making yourself take these deep breaths because you're nervous about the doctor's visit? So really centering yourself in whatever that moment is and just writing down what your senses can appreciate. That can be, I think, just a fairly easy way in to the use of sensory details. Not just because I think those details will really help you in when you actually create the story, but also because that is a way that you can bring yourself back into that experience when you are actually ready to write about it in more detail. So it's one thing to say, I had a doctor's visit 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that was really tough. But it's another thing to go back and look at the notes that you wrote from the waiting room, from the physician's office, and remember, oh gosh, yeah, that's how I was feeling. Oh yeah, there was that astringent smell of the alcohol wipes in the air. And that's a way for you to really be able to then dive back into that experience and really explore it more fully when you're ready.
Right. Yeah. Rather than, to give an example of being in that waiting room, waiting for that appointment to find out what, had the test, the doctor's called you back, please come in. So talk about the results, and you're waiting there because there's always a delay. You're waiting there and you are nervous, rather than just saying, I was nervous sitting in the doctor's room. Could say something like, how exactly did it feel? I felt as if my mind was outside of my body. The only thing that grounded me in the room was the smell of the disinfectant wipes that cut through the air. Better to describe what you were feeling than to just name the emotion.
Yeah.
Because a feeling of nervousness or a feeling of sadness has a range of actual feelings to it. And helping people better understand what that felt like for you in that moment can be a really powerful way to convey the story that you're trying to tell.
Absolutely. That actually reminds me of one other thing that I wanted to say and I forgot, which is I really do think that reading people that are writing their health stories can be tremendously useful when you're writing your own. And I do think that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery to a point. Obviously, I'm not talking about plagiarism, but it can be really helpful to read, someone else's personal essay, read someone's short story about a medical encounter that they had and really dissect it. Read something that you really like. What did you like about it? Can you do the same thing in your writing? Maybe you read something that you really didn't like. Can you figure out what it was that you didn't enjoy about that reading experience? And then oh, I really don't want to do that in my writing either. So I think reading is an incredibly important piece of becoming a writer. And the more you read, I think the more insight you have about how you want to write and why you want to write and probably even what story you might want to tell.
So we have a question about how we can use personal health stories to expose bigger issues. How one person's story can point to a larger issue. Like for instance, how can one person's experience with a medical bill showcase the broader issues of medical debt that are so widespread. I have a few thoughts on that because I've done some of this reporting before, but I'd love to hear your thoughts as well, Dr. Slane. So my thought on that is that using a personal health story is a great way to draw attention to a broader issue. These broad issues, especially in healthcare, like medical debt or insurance coverage or access to care or discrimination issues, can be hard for people to latch onto when they don't have a specific example to point to. Obviously, everyone's experience is different. So, these stories always come with that sort of caveat that one person's experience doesn't doesn't explain the whole realm of experiences someone may have in our healthcare system. But I personally have found that highlighting an individual's experience with the health system is helpful in drawing attention to broader issues. One example that comes to mind, last year, maybe it was the year before, I wrote a piece about a woman who was struggling to get care for sickle cell disease, the disease that disproportionately affects Black Americans, and the care that they receive is often influenced by bias and racism in our healthcare system. There is a lack of services available in many parts of the country, even in large cities like Philadelphia. And those are issues that were much easier to explain to a reader by pointing to one woman's experience. And again, it's one woman's experience. It's not to say that that's the experience that everyone would have, but by highlighting her experience, we were able to show, look, this is what it was like for her when she tried to go to the ER for medicine, or to say that she was having a sickle cell emergency. The key here is that whoever it is that's telling their story has to be willing to be really open about it. Mm-hmm. So if that's you have to be willing to share the details of it. The more open you can be in these stories, the better. But I do think that is a really effective way at drawing attention to broader issues. And if you are looking for what is your goal of telling your health story, what is it that I want to accomplish with this? For some people, it may just be getting something off their chest. For other people, it may be, you know what, I had this really horrible experience, or my parents had this horrible experience, and I want there to be change. I want something to happen. I want people to know about the issues in our healthcare system. And being open about a story like that is one way to accomplish it. But I'm curious if you have any other thoughts on that, Dr. Swain.
I completely agree with you. I think that that's an example of a time where you are most likely going to have an idea of what exactly you want to accomplish with that piece as you start writing it. So I know I talked earlier about not having to know where you're going to end up when you start a journey. I think in that example, and I'm not saying you won't still need multiple drafts. However, if you've gone into that story with the idea of, I want to bring attention to this issue, then that's likely going to inform how you tell that story, right? Which details you feel are important and which are maybe less so. And so I think that's a very powerful way to comment on many issues that we have within the healthcare system. And I think, like Sarah said, it's such an amazing point of entry for people that may be completely ignorant of the medical issue and even the healthcare system, to give them that personal story as a way to bring them in and to ultimately make them care about that experience. So I think that that's a wonderful idea for anyone that wants to attempt it.
It does make me wonder too, if you have any thoughts, and you did touch on this a little bit before when we were talking about who is your audience, but when we're talking about writing a health story, why do people do it? What do you as the writer gain by going through this process?
Yeah, I think that ultimately, for me, and for some other writers, maybe not for all, but I think there's a sense that you want to make meaning, right? You want to discover something from that experience that either it creates meaning for you or your family, or you feel like you can help other people, to educate other people about what they might encounter in the future with their own health. But ultimately, I think it comes down to making meaning and creating some insight. We all, I think most of us, want to have some sense of purpose. And I think writing in particular, I'll just say that because that's how I approach it. Writing can often be a tool that we use to really try and discover ourselves and our thoughts, and ultimately create meaning for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that this is a great time for us to transition and bring on our other guests today, Dr. Becker and Dr. Sherry Becker, to talk a little bit more about their experience. So I'll hand it back over to Letitia to transition to their segment.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Dr. Swain. We'll be looking forward to talking to you again some more in just a few minutes. But so many great tips there, much appreciated. I want to remind those of us who are in the audience as well that this is a participatory event. I saw from the comments that we have some plotters, and we also have some people who are more familiar with writing by the seat of your pants. Please feel free to share your writing samples in the comments section. If you're watching us on social media, please go to inquirer.com/live to submit some writing samples. A writing sample can be 2 or 3 paragraphs. As I frequently tell my reporters, less is more when it comes to writing. But now I am very thrilled to bring into this conversation the Beckers. They will be joining us and sharing some of their firsthand experiences with writing about medicine. Welcome, Dr. Becker. Hello. Hello, thank you. So to begin, if you all can please share with us by just simply reading a very moving expert column that was published in the Inquirer last summer. I think it probably needs no introduction beyond the headline, which I will share. After brain cancer surgery, a physician gets an up-close view of rehab and what needs to change. For 8 years, David Becker has written as a physician. This time, he writes as a patient.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. Before I talk a little bit more about that, I'd like to talk a little about the importance, the problem that I have of dealing with expressive aphasia, which has been something which has been accompanying me now for the last couple of years. And it's very frustrating because words in my brain are often perfect, and then when they come out, they aren't as good. I've asked Sherry, who's my wife, to read this article for me today because I wanted to make sure I got the words out correctly. So here we go. Thank you.
Good morning. This article was published June 3rd, 2022, and this is David's health story. I have written medical articles for the Inquirer for 8 years. My goal has been to write medical columns that are easily understood by people who are not in the health professions. Knowledge is a potent ingredient for self-care, self-advocacy, and healing. Historically, my writing lens has been through the eyes of a physician. Today, I am changing lenses and writing through the eyes of a patient. I was diagnosed with a malignant brain tumor more than 2.5 years ago. After responding well to treatment, I continued to live my life. In April, an MRI identified an asymptomatic reoccurrence. This rocked my world. The disease was back. Surgery was recommended. I underwent 2 craniotomies over a 3-day period at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania. The nursing and medical care was outstanding and encouraging to my recovery. 2 days late post-op, with my family by my side, I was walking 1.5 miles a day in the hospital halls. The staff would high-five with each lap. With optimism, I transferred to another hospital to begin my rehab. This was when my optimism began to wane. Although I had never fallen or slipped upon admission, I was deemed a fall risk. I was placed in a locked ward and hooked up to alarm systems. My every moment restricted. No longer was I free to walk the halls. The alarms wailed every time I moved in the wrong direction. I was scolded and told to stay in bed for safety reasons. Someone was required to watch me go to the bathroom and take a shower. It felt demeaning. I wish someone had warned me about the rules and limitations of this rehab unit. My kids had jokingly labeled the place as brain camp. To me, it felt like brain jail. I understand that patients with traumatic brain injury are at high risk for falling and other safety issues, but not every patient with TBI is the same. In my field, cardiology, when a patient presents with congestive heart failure, different strategies are needed to treat symptoms and improve outcomes. Above all, every patient needs to be treated individually and with respect. I believe that most people who enter the healthcare field do so with a deep desire to help people heal. Yet in my case, it felt as if other issues were driving my care. Could it be that the preoccupation with my fall risk was not only for safety, but also for safety metrics and insurance reimbursement? It's interesting that when we were provided a list of rehabilitation facilities, the rate of falls was listed as a quality indicator. If I were to fall and sustain an injury during my stay, the facility would be responsible for the cost. It turns out that insurance reimbursement also influenced the length of my stay. Day 3 of rehab was a productive day. My wife, that's me, attended all therapy sessions to learn what would be beneficial for me at home. At the end of the day, she said to the physical therapist that she would be back the next day after therapy. To our surprise, the PT said there were no more therapies ordered. I was puzzled. Why would I need to spend another sleepless night in brain jail if there would be no further therapy? This seemed counterintuitive to my recovery. Getting a clear answer was impossible. They told us we needed medications delivered. It made no sense. Why not get them through the local drugstore? Then one staff member quietly shared that insurance does not cover the day of discharge. That means that the day 3 therapies might not be reimbursed if I didn't spend another night. There is no question that the therapist should be paid. However, this payment should not come at the expense of what is best for the patient. We managed to get a discharge that day. My rehab experience took an emotional toll. I wonder what would have happened if I didn't have medical knowledge and a fierce advocate, my wife, who is also a nurse, by my side. Based on my experience, TBI rehabilitative care is in need of reassessment, reflection, and improvement.
You know, just reading that all these months later still makes me shiver or cringe.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you both for sharing it then and now. You know, everything we were just talking about in the last session was in that story, right? The personal experiences, the detail that brought us into the moment that you were in, the ability to explore larger issues in healthcare through a personal experience, all of it. Maybe we could start by just exploring the story behind the story, which is always actually one of my favorite stories as someone who is in the writing business. Why did you choose to write this and how? What was your process?
I was truthfully so frustrated by this experience that I needed to write it as a catharsis and get it out. And it felt really good to get that out. I received many voicemails and other comments from readers from the Inquirer who seemed to think that they made a difference, and that made me feel really good as well.
What was your process? And I believe that this was a process that perhaps is not unlike that of the writer and a collaborator, or the writer and the editor. But how did you go about taking these emotions and these experiences and then creating a story out of them?
I'd like to tell you that there was some kind of formal way of doing it, but it just sort of spilled out.
Initially, it spilled out, and it was full of emotion, and I
Too
guess
raw.
it was very raw and angry. And together, we sort of tweaked all the words so that the story came out as it did. Sort of took out a lot of the anger.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think there's two pieces to what you were describing that. Maybe I'll ask you if you can expand a little bit further. In the anger, I think, is an element of the therapeutic benefit of writing. And I know I have personally experienced this when I've gone through things, although I have no knowledge of your experience personally. But, there is something about writing that is almost an ability to think and to process. And I think that there's value in that. Maybe you can talk a little bit about, what were the emotions in that first draft, the angry draft? What emotions did that help you to work through? Even if it never saw the light of day, just writing it out yourself.
Well, the emotions were just raw disappointment, and that the medical profession let me down a little bit, because I went to all these different doctors, and not one of them showed a hint of compassion while I was in the rehab hospital. That, on the other hand, that was directly opposite of what I had as my doctors that were taking care of me, who showed, so the dichotomy between the both of them was just really striking. Wonderful care, perfect care, and then dismissive care, all in the same hour, back with different people.
How did you feel after writing the first draft? Again, before you then made the choice, which we'll talk about in a moment, to polish it. But how did you feel after getting just raw emotion written? Did it change the way you were feeling at all?
I guess feeling it made me feel that what I enjoyed about it, not enjoyed, it's the wrong word, but what I found valuable about it was when the emotion helped me bring it to the surface when I would write about it. And I found that to be extremely useful. It was one of the things that, matter of fact, the only thing that writing really did for me was, well, not the only thing, but one of the most important things was to enable me to tap on my emotion and feel good about it.
Yeah. And then the next step that you were both describing is the decision to then, think about your audience, right? So it's one thing to write for ourselves or for someone that we want to have access to our most intimate feelings and emotions. And sometimes that's incredibly important and powerful, right? Then there are other times when we might say, okay, I want to do this a little bit differently because I'm writing for a different audience now. Maybe, and it sounds like, Sherry, if you have thoughts, but both of you too, what was the decision-making process then to sort of like adjust what you had initially written, that first draft, for the audience that you were writing for the Inquirer?
One of the big decisions, which was a topic of discussion, was naming the name of the rehab facility. And, in the beginning, David felt like, well, we should let the name go out.
I was just angry.
And I said, that's not the story. The story isn't to, because who knows if our experience was just a personal experience or if it's something that the patients at large are experiencing. So that was a decision we made.
And to this day, I've never told anybody where I was.
And the audience we thought we were writing to was obviously David, to get the story out, but perhaps that other patients who've had similar experiences could identify, and that's what happened. Curiously, David is, again, if you don't mind me saying, doing some physical therapy. We just met the physical therapist, and she said, did you write an article for the Philadelphia Inquirer? And I was like, And she said, I was so struck by it because I never thought of it from that perspective. Because in the inpatient facility, the focus is not to have the patient fall. But so she actually benefited from reading the article and got a different perspective.
That's very interesting. And the other thing that you were doing in this piece, and it's labored an expert opinion, right? This is an opinion piece, is you're exploring voice, and we can use different voices as writers as well. In your case, I think the voice of being someone who has spent, a career as a practitioner, now segmenting into being a patient, that's a very powerful voice, right? We're bringing both elements of the authority. When my reporters write stories, they're doing a little bit more in the third person, right? And they might interview someone with your experience and then try to tell it. But voice is very important, and the first person voice, which is how many of us tell our stories, is a particularly potent tool,
I
correct?
have to admit, I really rather I never got to experience it.
Yes, I can only imagine. And yet, I can just share as a reader, when you brought me into your experience, it illuminated a world for me, right? Your ability to use a first person voice, the authority that you have as a physician, it resonates perhaps in a different way. And that may be a little bit of the reaction that you heard. Can you share a little bit about, the comments that you were hearing from others after you wrote this?
There were multiple emails of individuals who said, I'm so glad you wrote that. I experienced the exact same thing in my rehab, not cardiac rehab, but in traumatic brain injury rehabilitation centers. And, the truth of the matter is many people with TBI have a high risk of falling. And the responsibility of the staff is to have them not fall. But every patient is different. And I'm not sure that answered your question.
Yeah.
But,
I think one last question before we then return with Dr. Swain for an opportunity to perhaps talk as a group one last time. And that is, you all are a writing partnership, a collaboration. Can you just share how that works? I imagine there are pros and cons, and even more so too when it's your spouse, right?
I found it to be incredibly positive because I could not do this anymore because of the limits I had as an author, and I had to voice recognition software and the whole nonsense, and having Sherry with me to do it just made the whole thing seem so much better for me. So I was very thankful to her.
it's actually fun. Like, I recommend anyone who has an interest in writing to get your buddy or a family member to join in with them. We have very different writing styles. I tend to be a little bit more cheeky and put some puns in, where David is the more scientific writer. And we've learned to
Adjust.
And there's a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, but it all works out.
I actually kind of like it. I mean, I don't like why, but it's been for good reason.
I like the salt and pepper very much.
Like my hair used to be.
Thank you so much, and thank you for elaborating on the experience of this column. Dr. Swain, if you can come back and join us. Hello. I thought perhaps we would ask, if you have seen any writing samples come in that you might be able to share from those in the audience.
I think it relates a lot to my feelings about what I've just heard from David and Sherry, which is that something that is so important about the writing process is the effect it can have on the people reading it, who then can say to themselves, I'm not alone. I'm not alone in this. Someone else is going through this. Someone else is incredibly frustrated about the same things that I'm frustrated by. And I just think that that was such an amazing part of that one column, because I think for a lot of patients, they've probably had similar frustrations, but not been able to really express it in that way. And that was beautiful. And then I think in that same vein, the acknowledgement that other people going through that process may feel similarly, and really, showing that support for others. And then to your point, Letitia, about perspective, allowing someone reading that to gain that perspective, where maybe they only saw it from the perspective of the physical therapist or the administrator of the rehab or the physician, right? And the writing sample that I saw in the comments here from Chuck _7E9629 was another really powerful illustration of that experience, and how giving us perspective on a patient experience can really inform the work we do as physicians and medical providers. Chuck says that he had an experience where he went to the emergency room and was essentially told that there really wasn't much that medical care could do for him, that he was probably going to die. And he felt, among many other things, dismissed. And that ended up leading to his not trying to get medical care for a long time after that. And then he had the ability to work in therapy to really understand a lot more about why he had that experience play out the way it did, what it means to have complex PTSD, and how that can inform people being able to engage with the medical care they might need. And I think, Chuck, if you haven't already written that out, I think that would be an incredible piece to read, because that would give so much insight to the medical community. And then I think, give other people who are having that same struggle the acknowledgement that this is a real thing and that they're not alone.
Thank you. Amanda, were there any other submissions that you wanted to share?
I didn't have any other submissions, but I did have another comment where someone was saying that they're familiar with this idea of, plotting out a story versus just going by the seat of their pants. And I'm curious for Dr. Becker and for Sherry, if they've thought about that at all in terms of telling the stories that they've told. Does it feel like, depending on the experience, maybe you go just by the seat of your pants, just write? Or are there times where you've really taken a more structured approach to how you want to tell a story?
We have very different approaches. And we merge them. But I go totally by my seat of the pants.
You do? I think you're a plotter. David always says to put your outline together.
Yes, but I mean, as far as, I don't want to fight here, but.
But no, we vary, and maybe one day one of us is plotting, the other is prancing, and we adjust.
That's a great perspective. In that, also, truthfully, there isn't a right way or a wrong way to go about this. And I may just, if I can put one more question to everyone here, before we have to wrap up. There's also the reality of rewriting, right? And I would characterize myself as a rewriter. Writing the first draft was always quite painful, often incredibly cringeworthy. And, so was the second draft quite a bit, the third, the fourth. I actually have a number approach to my drafts, and the numbers are quite often in double digits and in times beyond. But I actually think it's almost a bit like a sculpting process, right? Like you're sort of like polishing and chiseling as you go. And step one is, for me, just getting some basic thoughts down on a page. Then step two becomes a little bit of the structure, and then you start getting into the actual sentences.
This is another reason why we're a great team, because for me, I get very little enjoyment after the first stage, which is I want to get the story out and get what I want across, and then Sherry pretty much takes over.
Yeah.
And takes the third and fourth and fifth version.
Dr. Swain, can you talk a little bit about rewriting and drafts from your perspective as well?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of anyone that can actually produce a piece without editing. It always feels that way when you're reading someone else's piece. You can't imagine that they ever needed any editing. But I suppose that's not really true. But I think editing is really important. And I think to kind of conceptualize it as there's a lot of self-editing that needs to happen. To David's point, it sounds like it was really helpful to get all of that anger out on the page, to really just spew all of his thoughts on that experience. And I've certainly had that approach myself, where I just feel like I need to just get all of these thoughts out. But then typically to go through that draft once, twice, multiple times to really start to identify, well, what is it I'm trying to say here? And what is supporting that? And what is really just more of a distraction? And so the self-editing process is really important. And then I think getting other eyes on a piece is really important. And that can be a friend, that can be someone that has more experience in writing. I mean, it's amazing when you have an editor at the Philadelphia Inquirer that will go through your draft and give you lots of wonderful notes. But the reason to get other eyes on it is because there's only so much time you can spend in your own head trying to communicate something. At some point, you need someone else to read it and say, is this what you were trying to say? Because this is what I think you were trying to say. And then maybe that is what you were trying to say, or maybe it's not. And then that's helpful for you to then go back and say, oh, okay, well, that's what they got out of it. Am I okay with that? Or do I now need to recraft what this piece is going to be? So editing from multiple perspectives is, I just think it's a necessary part of the process.
Yeah. Dr. Swain, I totally agree. And I think it's really important to be aware of your own writing ego. And that if those edits come in, just be open-minded about them and address them and accept them or not accept them. But just know there's lots of different writing styles and leave your ego out of it.
May I quote you to my reporters? We have had a couple of writing samples come in, and if everyone can stick with me for just a moment, maybe I'll just read one or two, and then if we have any thoughts on elements here that really stand out to us, I will note that one of the initial pieces before I read this piece it's entitled A Patient's Experience is vulnerability, right? When we're telling our stories, the ability to make ourselves vulnerable and talk about our truths, but also our sensitive moments. That is when suddenly some magic occurs in the distance between the writer and the reader. So let me read this very quickly. A patient experience. I have generally been tethered to the bed due to the oxygen line and the IV line. So I have become an expert in peeing in a urinal while lying in bed. Due to my dexterity, I am proud to say I have not yet spilled any on my lovely hospital gown or bedding. Of particular note is that one of the antibiotics metabolizes with an acrid sulfur compound that makes your pee into a chemical warfare agent. There's some descriptive detail, but also just, some ability to have some deep empathy, right, with somebody in that moment. Dr. Swain and the Beckers, is there anything there that really strikes you?
I think that's great. I think that it's just one of those many small moments that can go ignored by people that might be on the medical side of things. And so I can appreciate reading that from a medical perspective, because I don't know that I've ever really given much thought to a patient having to use a urinal. It's probably one of those decisions that back when I was doing hospital medicine, which I don't do now, I might have just put an order in for it or asked the nurse to take care of it and not really moved past that. But to really hear from the patient's perspective what that must feel like, I think is incredibly illuminating.
Beautifully written piece. I felt like I could be with that patient right there as it was written. It was beautiful, beautifully written.
Thank you. Why don't I'll read one more. There's a series of writing pieces that have come in by Burton Abrams. But if I may, I'm going to read just an excerpt of this because this part really speaks to the concept of getting our attention through descriptive writing. A gout attack is an unignorably painful alarm signal that something in our bodies is seriously amiss, even life-threatening. Just using NSAIDs, cortisone aids, or Colocrane, which I probably just mispronounced, with no other investigation into the cause only muffles the alarm. Just using urate lowers drugs, only disables the alarm. We have a metaphor here of an alarm going on, and then we're mixing in it some of the medical components as well. Again, it sort of takes something that could be scientific, but it almost brings us into the patient's experience and makes it like poetry, right? Well, I will say that one of the takeaways that I have from our time here together is that there's an education experience that comes full circle, right? We came together to talk about writing and offer perhaps some thoughts and tips and instruction on writing. And yet through writing, we also are educating each other, right? physicians being educated on the patient's experience, patients, learning perhaps more about the physician's experience, and in so doing, it's just a wonderful, enlightening moment to be here together today. Thank you all for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
so
much.
much.
We will now move to our next session, in which we are using social media to tell our health stories. I would like to welcome Sarah back to the screen, and she will be joined by some wonderful panelists.
Getting the COVID-19 booster is about doing our part to love and protect our families. Vaccines are a life-saving tool in the fight against the virus. Over time, they become less effective at preventing serious illness, just like other vaccines. We need the boosters to increase protection against COVID-19 and its variants, ultimately preventing us from getting really sick or dying. So do it for your family, especially those at higher risk. Protect the ones you love. Vaccinate.
Hi, welcome back to the Inquirer Live's Telling Your Health Story. Our second session today is titled How to Use Social Media to Share Your Health Story. During this session, we'll talk about how to use social media platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever they've come up with next, how they can be used to communicate vital health information and your own personal health story. I'm Sarah Gans, the Deputy Health Editor and a reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer. I'll be joined today by Dr. Ashley Ritter, a nurse practitioner and CEO of Those Nerdy Girls, a Philadelphia-based group of scientists and medical professionals whose website, Dear Pandemic, became a valuable source of information and reassurance during the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm also joined today by my health team colleague, Abraham Gutman, who has long used social media to build community and conversation, first around his work as an opinion writer here at the Inquirer, and more recently as a health reporter focused on mental health. Anyone tuning in should feel free to submit questions during the discussion, and we'll do our best to answer them as we go along. I'd now like to welcome both of you to the screen.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Hi, thank you both for joining us today. This can be an informal conversation. Av, please feel free to jump in with questions. I'm going to start with some questions for Dr. Ritter. Dr. Ritter, could you tell us a little bit about Those Nerdy Girls and Dear Pandemic and how this all came about for you?
Absolutely. So in those early days, almost 3 years ago now, good information was extremely hard to come by. And I had information that I was receiving with my academic Twitter colleagues, which is really how I used Twitter at the time, was to learn about papers coming out and in topic areas that were of interest to me. And there were two colleagues that were really coming to the surface, sharing science on Twitter that made sense. And that was Dr. Allison Buttenheim and Dr. Malia Jones. Dr. Buttenheim was a professor in my fellowship program. And so I reached out and I said, I'm getting text messages constantly. Everyone's asking questions. What you're writing is really great, but it's not getting to, the people who are texting me. Have you thought about maybe putting this on Facebook? And we decided to give it a go. We had people really attracted to this content very early. And so we expanded our team so we could cover more topics. There was an endless list of questions and concerns people had. And so we recruited our colleagues, all of whom had diverse skills and scientific backgrounds, to join us in this mission to share science on social media. And we really tried to focus on facts with a tone that maintained empathy, given the amount of stress that people were experiencing. And so with those, over the last 3 years, we've learned a whole lot about what works and what doesn't work in sharing that critical health information on social media.
Yeah. Can you take us back for a moment? It was pointed out to me that this was all about 3 years ago. It doesn't seem like 3 years ago. Can you take us back to that time and what it was like being a health professional? You have patients who typically are turning to you as the experts for information, and this is this new novel virus that even doctors and scientists know only so much about. What was that like for you, and how did you handle that when it came to trying to write in a decisive, authoritative way?
So many colleagues, specifically health colleagues, talk about how there was this feeling that you couldn't do more. And especially at the time I was in a postdoctoral fellowship, and most of my time was spent doing research and not necessarily clinical care. So this crisis sort of starts to unfold in front of you. you know slightly more than the public about that school's probably not going to be closed for just a week or so. It's probably going to last a little bit longer. And you have information about maybe it's probably a good idea to postpone that spring break trip, but you don't want to, be like the Debbie Downer for everyone. And so you have this desire and this feeling that you should be doing more, but how to do more and where to do more was not exactly clear. So I'm a nurse practitioner. I've worked in nursing homes for the past 10 years. At the time, I wasn't working in nursing homes, and I couldn't necessarily just walk right in and start serving people that really truly needed help in nursing homes at that point. But I could use this scientific training and my networks of trust to give it the best information that we had available, and that really became. It's funny on those Nerdy Girls team, we became almost like a support group to each other, and we were channeling our own uncertainty and our own frustration into something purposeful. And I think that is really like my message is when you feel like you can't do anything, take a step back, think about what skills you have to share and find the pathway to share those skills.
I'm really curious, Dr. Ritter. I wonder, how did you deal with the fact that we also learn new things? So things change, right?
Yes.
Very famously, the Surgeon General had a "don't wear masks, stop wearing masks" that quickly changed in that spring. And I'm really curious how you handled that as we learn more about a novel virus, as things changed. In an information environment, will people seize on those changes to say, you see?
Yeah.
And how do you balance that? It's a challenge that we have all the time.
I think at a very foundational level, this goes back to how the public thinks about science. And so science is, at its core, a changing and evolving body of knowledge. And so when we're not trying to, when there's not something we have to get out, very quickly, we're constantly reinforcing that message that science is an evolving sort of fund of knowledge, and it's expected that there will be changes in that, and we should be questioning what we know. And so we have really tried to encourage others that there is no fixed science, that science is an evolving process. And that's really a learning curve. When you think about an expert, when you're looking at someone to tell you what you need to know, you want that person to be able to say definitively yes or no. The brain does not handle uncertainty well. And so where those Nerdy Girls has really excelled is using empathy in understanding that lived experience and sort of finding the question within that lived experience and validating not just the facts, but the emotions and the actions that need to go along with that. And so, none of our content has gone away. So a post that you read from 2020 might give slightly different information because the science was different then. But that information is still available, and you can go through and look at, how our guidance on wearing masks has evolved over time. And I think it's really important to be sure that, when we talk about science, we're talking about evolving information and not a fixed yes or no on any given topic.
I think that's really interesting, and I'm glad that you brought up the topic of the voice that you use when you're writing. I'd like to ask more about that, but first I'm curious if you could tell us a little bit more about how you and your colleagues decided which topics and questions to tackle, because as we've just established, there was a lot going on. It was all changing quickly.
Yeah.
And it all was very complex and hard for people to understand. So I'm curious to know a little bit more about how you all decided which questions to answer.
Initially, we drew very heavily on questions we were receiving from friends and families and discussions that we were navigating in our own lives. So the majority of those Nerdy Girls are female. Many of us have children. The children range from ages toddler to young adulthood. And we work in a variety of settings. So some of us worked in hospitals. Some of us were working in academic centers. We have people across the country, as well as in Canada and England, as well as in Latin America. And so we were sort of this like beehive of conversations that we were all sort of getting. And so what was happening in Wisconsin might be a little different than what was happening in New York. Sending a college student back to school looks a little bit different than sending a toddler to school. But those experiences and the conversations we were having in our personal networks really helped to guide that this is bubbling to the surface. We really should talk about this. As we've moved forward, we've moved more towards our question box to guide our content from the audience. So when people have questions, it's really funny. We look at it about once a week and we'll pull trends, but people ask the same questions around the same times. And that is very much informed by breaking news topics. So we've learned that timeliness is probably one of the most important factors. If something is hitting the news cycle, that's really important and it's correlated with reach. And so when those news stories are bubbling to the top, when we're getting 3 or 4 requests either in our personal networks or in our question box, we know we need to get on top of that quickly.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Getting more to what we were talking about just a moment ago, the tone and how you convey these messages in a way that they resonate with people. Our last session focused on writing, how we write our health story. And I'm curious what you learned about health communication. I know medical professionals do a lot of professional writing in their work lives, and I imagine that this was a different tone and a different voice than you may be using in studies being filed for submission to a medical journal or in a patient's charts.
It was quite a steep learning curve. And I think that the baseline message is use fewer words, which is hard. We love flowery language and we love starting, sort of with background and theory. And at the end of the day, people want the bottom line up front. They want sort of the how do I use this information in my day-to-day life? And so we've gotten much better at getting to the point. And the second is how important it is to show that you're human and sort of an authentic individual. Empathy has been so key to this process. And what's interesting is empathy is so foundational to nursing science. So in nursing, you enter each room and interaction as a stranger, and your goal is really to understand the problem from the perspective of the other person. And to once you've understood the problem, that you're then presenting options to really work together to get to a path that will help achieve the goal. Like, that's a very comfortable skill set one-on-one. I've been a nurse for close to 20 years. I had never thought about sort of applying that framework to a global audience, but it really has been a beautiful experience that if you can just sort of imagine yourself in your writing being in a room with somebody who's going through a really, challenging decision process or, fear and uncertainty, and having that conversation. You're like you're their next door neighbor. You really sort of think of the problem differently, and therefore the conversation is different.
It seems to me like those are all qualities that also help with trustworthiness and establishing yourself as an authority on a subject at a time when the information is constantly changing. I was hoping you might be able to talk to us a little bit more about how social media came into play for the ways that you and those nerdy girls reached your audience. How did you use social media? Were there particular platforms that you found worked best? Did you find that you had to tailor your message in a different way to use on those platforms and get the audience that you were looking for?
So for better or for worse, social media is super fast at getting information out. The quality can be questionable, but early in the pandemic, the fastest way to get information to a large audience was social media. And so we wanted to use the pros of social media to get timely, factual, and practical content out to as many people as possible. And like at one point, we were posting about 3 times a day, and we never could have done that amount of content creation and sharing without a platform like social media. But in the process, you want to preserve some of those tenets of scientific communication. So peer review is still part of what we do in our writing. And you want to make sure that, you can copy and paste anything from one sort of outlet to another, and that doesn't necessarily work. And so we've spent a lot of time focusing our energy on one platform. And initially it was Facebook. So Facebook has specific quirks with algorithms. Facebook has a very different audience that we've experienced compared to who's looking for information on Twitter or LinkedIn or Instagram. And so initially we found that it was helpful to focus on one platform, and it was Facebook. And so as we've grown, we've invested in very dedicated energy into the specific nuances of channels. And each one really has benefits and challenges that are important to consider. So, Instagram is very visually heavy, and we try to make sure that we're using visuals and that the text is much decreased. Commenting is different on Instagram than it is on Facebook. Twitter does really well when we spend the time to put memes and GIFs in. People love that, and so you have to be careful that you're preserving the intended message, but you're packaging it in a way that it's going to be easily digestible on a given platform. And so we're actually investing more energy now into a specific squad that focuses all its energy on tailoring content that we've brought together on a specific scientific topic to make sure it's fitting the needs of the audience on specific channels. But that is not a copy and paste activity. That is really, really thoughtful.
And I think
I can't imagine you ever thought as a nurse that you'd be using memes to convey public health messages. But here we are.
Here we are. And I'm so grateful for the experience. This was certainly not in the plan. But it has been such a gift to join people in their day-to-day experiences and provide them something that is useful.
If I can just piggyback on that, I think there's like a really meaningful lesson in this idea that you focus on a platform. I think there's sometimes a bit of a misconception on how social media works in this idea of virality, right? That a random post goes viral and that happens every day. That usually doesn't happen twice to the same person or 3 times to the same person in one, week. And I find it easier to think about social media just as any other medium, as how you talk to people. So developing, we can call it in the kind of annoying term of brand, or developing an audience, or developing people that know you and having some trust is really important. And being consistent on a platform where there's a specific audience and engages with you, that starts to know you, that is also a way just to get that trustworthiness, get that credibility, and eventually grow your platform. I think there's kind of this hope that if you're, kind of snazzy enough, and if you're clever enough and smart enough, like it will all like kind of, go viral overnight, and that maybe happens to some people. My experience from seeing accounts grow is people who are dedicated, who have a mission, who have a voice that is clear, and who understand who is their audience and cultivate it slowly. And yes, there's those breakthrough moments that's how you get a lot of followers and stuff like that. And this dopamine is amazing and it's great. It's super gratifying. But this focus and understanding how different platforms work, who is on the platform, not only talk about demographics, but talk about how people use it. And I think a lot of people will be surprised that posts that are very, very shared on Twitter aren't often read. Mm-hmm. The article isn't clicked on. Facebook is different. Facebook groups are kind of this super committed, people who actually read stuff. So depending on your informational needs, the content you put out, being savvy about how you develop your platform in each of those, I think is just so smart. I think that just makes so much sense when you talked about that. And I also just want to say a quote that I will take with me from some of these before. I think that in general, we did a lot of explanatory content on social media. It's hard to evaluate, but I think if anyone is looking for a guide on what type of explanatory content to pursue, you said that we're trying to, your goal was finding the question within the lived experience. I just think that's such a smart benchmark on because that is how people consume social media differently than, you know, a 10,000 word essay or
Absolutely.
an article in the New Yorker or an academic study where they want to see something that is far.
Oh,
It's
yes.
about like this proximity, right? And I think
Yes.
that's also very smart to highlight those points.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And to your point about reach, you know, we follow our reach. There are, you know, but what we really find is it's a roller coaster. And the reason it's a roller coaster is because our content focuses on COVID. We've expanded to a few other topics, but when COVID is important to everyone, our reach is you know, follows that very closely. But it's really what happens at the bottom of those roller coasters is that we're continuing to post. We're not losing sleep that our reach has dropped, because when the next question comes up, people do come back. And so we ensure that we remain consistent so that when somebody needs that trusted practical information, we're still here. And I think going into whatever health crisis might happen next, that foundation of trust was not here prior to COVID. And if we can preserve that so that we have trusted outlets, you know, when we hit the next crisis, you know, that has been really important.
Kind of to that point, what lessons do you think we have learned about health communication in a social media age that will be useful for whatever the next public health crisis is?
So I think that we've done a lot that is great. And I think that there is, you know, definitely things to do different the next time. I think the first is that there's been so many cooks in the kitchen. The guidelines across organizations at the, you know, international, national, local, regional levels, they don't match and they change often. And I think that we've assumed that most organizations have like a COVID-19 navigation department. And the truth is, like, most places don't. And the science capital to navigate that complexity often doesn't exist within, at least organically within communities. And we really need to capitalize on sort of the skill sets and resources that are needed to share that information quickly in a format that resonates with the audience. Because most people don't have like the time or science literacy to keep up with this, you know, this pace of science. So I think there needs to still be more work in streamlining that guidance. And I think the way that you might be able to do that is when someone nails the science communication, there's no reason to like recreate that wheel. We should just share the person that nailed it. And that's really, you know, as a creator of content, you know, in a marketplace, in an industry that it's all about clicks, it's all about following and loyalty. Sometimes it's just better to spend your time sharing something someone else wrote and focusing on the next really hard topic than it is to recreate the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to pivot a little bit. We've been talking about how a group with an identity and a brand goes about extending their reach, finding an audience through social media, establishing authority. But these are all things that we can do on an individual basis, though the process and challenges may be different. And I was hoping you might be able to talk about that, Av. You are what I would consider a social media whiz. I would like to be Av when I grow up someday. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about what your experience as a reporter with social media has been like. How do you use it, and how did you figure out for yourself what type of, for lack of better terms, brand you wanted to have on social media?
Yeah, I don't know that I did, which is what is odd. I think I'm kind of one of those people that their brain is a little broken, and the moment that I have the ability to post everything I do, that just seems like the right thing to do. And I have moments that I'm very frustrated with myself when I kind of remember, not right now, but a few years ago, kind of something important would happen to me in life, and as it happened, I would think about how I would post about it, kind of instead of just being there, which is kind of an unfortunate reality. And so really a lot of it was organic in terms of my want to post. And I think that's a big difference, and deciding to post, right? That's just a big difference. But it changed a lot. Social media has, and again, Dr. Ritter mentioned posting with empathy, and I think social media has a tendency that we don't think of it as how we talk to our neighbors, and a lot of times, it's the easiest way to get really clicks on a tweet, for example, that shares health information, is to find someone that says the opposite and then rebuttal it in the meanest, harshest way, and then a lot of people will be like, "Go, go, go." I don't think you're reaching a lot of people that don't agree with you. I often thought to myself, and I did that a lot of times, dunking culture definitely was pervasive to me. A lot of times I found myself kind of being, I would never say that to a person. Like, that would just not who I am. But here I am, and it is who I am. So I think that to me, a lot of this was, especially in the last 2 years, was kind of deciding before I post something, I try to think of two things. Like, one, do I add value to this platform? Mm-hmm. And two, and sometimes, like, is this just adding something that is either positive or maybe or is important to me specifically, right? So those are kind of my two guiding posts to sharing. On the more personal level, I think it's when you don't have a brand that is those nerdy girls, right? That kind of people can understand what it is. I do think that mix of the professional and personal is really important, because that's what appeals to people about social media, right? It's understanding kind of who you are. It's understanding what is this voice, and this feeling of kind of fake proximity. That is, if this feeling that we're Twitter friends, we never met. We're not friends. I don't know your life, but we reply to each other on Twitter and retweet each other, so it feels that way. But I do think that gives a sense of familiarity that is valuable at some points, because it also creates a sense of trust and a sense of openness. And the thing that I found to be the most rewarding, which I try to do, is failed recently, is to reply to people, but to reply, to listen, and to answer as I would someone who, in assuming good faith. And again, I don't always do that. I fail as well. But I think those are kind of the components to me of how to use this. This is a way for me as a reporter to reach readers. It's a way for me, when my editor cuts out things from a story, to add that to the world, to share that, to provide context. It's a way to push content 100%. That is part of the mission. And it's a way to hear back, to get feedback, and to try to engage with it, assuming it's in good faith. And I find that very rewarding.
I just want to be on record saying I've never cut anything out of Av's story before, ever.
Because to Dr. Ritter's part before about being that you need to be short, Sarah, as my editor, I literally yesterday evening filed a story that I just had the first 2 paragraphs cut out already. I was like, I know they're not making it. Let's move on.
Just filed it with them in yellow.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm curious if it's scary to put yourself out there like that on social media. As you point out, these are people that we have this impression that maybe we know them, but we don't really know any of these people. And I'm just curious if it's nerve-wracking or scary to put yourself out there, and at the same time what you've gained by doing that maybe you weren't anticipating.
Yeah, so absolutely. I think it could be scary in different ways. I had a very bizarre running in 2017 before I worked at the Inquirer, with some prominent white supremacist figures in the United States. We don't need that naming. That ended with me being just harassed continuously with anti-Semitic comments, and it's trolls, but it's pervasive, right? It reaches you there. I got a lot of photos. I kept some of them as screenshots because it's so odd, in my opinion, of people enlarging, like sharing my profile picture to me back, but with an enlarged nose, because I'm Jewish, so I guess my nose wasn't representative enough. But so stuff like that, and that can be really overwhelming. But in a way, those are not the scariest moments for me. The thing that I found myself taking a step back on social media is kind of the moments where I share something very personal, for example, my mental health, someone who doesn't seem like a kind of complete troll. Seems like someone I don't know, but is somewhat out there as a real human being, and responding really negatively or taking it in a way that wasn't intended, gaslighting a little bit, challenging your, and that could be very, very destabilizing. And it's odd because I do think, kind of in behavioral economics, there's this notion that losses loom larger than gains. So you can have a Twitter thread with thousands of likes, but that one comment is what keeps you up at night. And it's a choice. It's a real choice to, every time you share something personal, you're allowing any person in the world to ruin your day. Like, that's how I think about that. And it's a choice. To me, I feel very conflicted though, because I spend a lot of my day asking people to share with me their most private, stigmatized, sometimes embarrassing, sometimes not because they should be, because of how we perceive issues, sometimes shame-inducing, mental health crises, incidents that happen to them, and I'm asking them to put it in print, right? And it's a larger platform than a lot of social media accounts. So I feel some sort of obligation to reciprocate, right? If I don't have the courage to talk about, what it means to me to have anxiety, and what it means to feel depressed, and what it means to me to struggle with my medications for anxiety and depression, why would I ever ask someone else to do that? So I feel a little bit sort of this obligation, but maybe I'm not, to a limit, right? I don't feel like I need to expose my entire life, but I try when I can be honest about how I view the story, because we're all humans with a brain, right? And we all have our own mental health, whether it's pristine or our issues, how I perceive that, how I connect with that. And I also find that it's a way, again, to gain that credibility, to send people viewing you as worthy reading, because you're not just someone that was assigned a story, right? You're someone who has a reason to care. And I think every reporter that I know has a reason, it doesn't have to be their personal life, that they care passionately about the work they do. And I always find that, fascinating to hear why. So not sure that answered the question, but
yeah,
yes,
no, it
it's
does.
scary.
That's very similar to what Dr. Ritter was saying about balancing facts with that human element that makes people, that draws people to you, but also makes people feel that they can trust you because they feel that they can relate to you. I think that's important.
And
Dr.
also,
I'm curious if you have any additional thoughts on that.
I just want to commend the comment I've made about the commenting and the responding to your audience. We have the same experience in that it's so important to show that you have read what somebody has said, and the things that are of importance to them, and also sort of like how they read the content. And so we have a community engagement director, Joanna Dreyfus, and that is her job, is to try to share common experiences and share the nuance of certain experiences. So we had one about like what things did you buy during the pandemic that you probably wouldn't have bought outside of the pandemic, and like that's a lighter version of some of the shared experiences. But in addition to that, she's when we're going to post something that's come out of the question box, she reaches out to them personally and ensures that they know that their question is going to be answered. If there's comments in the underneath of posts, we try not to spend a lot of time responding to questions in there, because you're on social media, you're not sure who is going to end up seeing that. And sometimes there's a lot of really thoughtful dialogue in there. And so if we know that that's a really thoughtful dialogue, we'll let people know that this is so important that we're going to focus another post on this topic. And so people want to be heard. If you're taking the time to engage in communities on social media, they want to know that somebody read it, somebody reacted, poorly or positively. We hope for positive. And so that engagement is so important as a follow-up to the writing and the posting.
Yeah, that's a great point. We have a question in the comments from someone who's wondering how you handle people or patients even who would prefer to take the anecdotal experience of a friend or relative as medical advice over you as your medical professional, your medical advice. And I'm curious if that being able to relate to people and make people feel heard in their concern has anything to do with that. But how do you handle that when you have someone who's reading your column, then commenting, well, this isn't true because my cousin XYZ?
It's a balancing act, to say the least. And so I think as you go out and you're thinking about what you want to write, you're thinking like, what is the sort of like the common denominator that's going to resonate with the most people? And you sort of like write with that in mind. And then you're also sort of thinking like there's going to be people on either side of this. And so I think the area that we've had the most experience is, the level of intensity of recommendations. So we speak, as realistically as possible about, I think masking is a good example. Most places in the United States are not masking right now. And so we are talking practically about how to best use a mask when it really counts, to protect yourself. And so there's a group that feels that like masks should never be worn. They're awful. We should never be encouraging people to wear a mask. We know those people are not going to agree with us, or maybe not read it. And then on the other side of that are people who, maybe are immunocompromised. And the last sort of line of defense that we've preserved is this mask. And it's probably not enough. And they're very, they're feeling at risk just going out and doing day-to-day things. And so, we're not going to please everyone. And we know that going in. And so as we're preparing for what we're writing, we're looking to align with the largest audience and sort of where most people are today based in science. And then we might think about specifically targeting those other two audiences on either side of the bell curve. Immunocompromised people are in a very rough situation right now. They have risk everywhere they go. And so we're talking about having, a special live session for people with who are immunocompromised, where a mask is not enough and are feeling, having a lot of emotions, rightfully so, about what it's like to live in, a pandemic in its third year. And then there's people that are never going to read what we write. And that's okay too. And we don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about that group. We word things in a way that is open and based in fact and avoiding of politics. And you're invited to read, but if it's not your jam, that's okay.
Kind of in the same vein, I'm curious how you handle misinformation. A major theme of pandemic journalism coverage and just the pandemic news in general, particularly on social media platforms seem to be just really great places for misinformation to spread. And so I guess my question here is two-part. One, how do you set yourself apart from misinformation? And what do you do? How do you respond when posts that you share are countered? Someone responds with misinformation, saying, no, that's not true, and sharing the complete opposite that science has found to be not the case. How do you handle that?
I think that's a great question. And you're right. I mean, social media loves clickbait headlines and like highly charged emotional states. That's what gets traffic. And so we have chosen to do the complete reverse, which most certainly does not get more clicks. So it's sort of counterintuitive to do the things that we know do not drive traffic. So we get away from the emotion. And the way that we do that is, here is the headline and the piece of science that we're talking about. And here is the emotion or behavior that is also being triggered. And it's important to separate those two. So if you're angry about something or you're nervous about something and you don't first address that, your ability to then understand and then act on the science is almost non-existent or certainly severely compromised. And so the first thing we do is sort of like separate emotion and fact. The second thing that we do is call out sort of the nugget of truth. So when misinformation is sort of formed, there's generally a nugget of truth in the middle of it, and then things sort of spiral and snowball from there. So we talk about the nugget of truth, and how that can sort of snowball into a different story, a different headline, or misinformation. And when we're doing that, we're not linking to or bringing additional reads to that misinformation piece. Like, you want to cut off the oxygen to those pieces and give other opportunities to read an alternative perspective or a more factual piece of journalism. And so we're not, it's not this is wrong and this is right. This is the piece of information that is causing sort of the hubbub, and this is where you might get a more holistic story to understand the nuance of that topic. And so that's an approach we take. And the third is, the people who write misinformation are really good at using sort of the hardwiring of the brain, which is driven by emotion quicker than it is fact, that is going to believe the first thing it reads more quickly than reversing something later on. So there's all of these neurological, I'm forgetting the exact word at the moment, but there's all of these pre-programmed pathways in our brain to absorb information, and misinformation utilizes all those to sort of like push their agenda. And so if you highlight what those cognitive biases are, that's the word I was looking for, in advance, people are able to like sort of put the brakes on their own brain and say, whoa, they're using all my cognitive biases. Maybe I should, double check this with some facts.
Yeah, I think finding the nugget of truth is a really good approach and a good way to think about it. As journalists, we get lots of emails from people who are angry about a story we've written, or feel that we have not stated all the facts, or that our facts are wrong. And I have found that often the nugget is just acknowledging their feelings on the topic, or just acknowledging that this is an important issue with a lot of opinions and nuances. But Ab, I'm curious if you have experience with misinformation and how you've handled it as a reporter when someone reacts to an article you've written or a post you've shared on social media with claims of misinformation.
Yeah, I think it's really hard. I think in the article written, I think there's especially hard. The oxygen question is always so interesting, right? Because we talk about this all the time, in our huddleness, about when do you write? Do you wait that it spills over and it kind of doesn't need your oxygen anymore, and then you rebuff it, but already a bunch of people heard it? Or do you take a nascent new idea and then you try to tackle it? I think something that came up in a conversation in our desk is I do find that maybe the least useful coverage is kind of the observing the information story of a lot of people are now saying this and this and this, and then kind of aggregating misinformation, even if it's labeled as such, just seems to be less effective. I think you're right. If I was assigned today a story about this rise in the notion of vaccine being tied to sudden cardiac arrest in young people, we saw that with Damar Hamlin, which had the Buffalo Bill safety, where the mechanism of injury seemed pretty straightforward. Before there was any evidence that he was vaccinated, immediately Twitter went out and said that oh, it's the vaccine. If I was assigned that story, I think instead of saying, oh, look, people are saying this is wrong, I think what I would have probably approached it with is, so what do we know about COVID in the heart? Right? Like exactly what Dr. Ritter was saying, like find the nugget and then start unpacking it. What is the risk from COVID? What do we know about the vaccine adverse reactions? And then kind of maybe kind of reverse engineering the tunnel that people went down on with kind of what is actually happening, It's really easier said than done, though. And I think that something that I want to tell myself, and I don't know if I know this to a fact, but the way I think about things is that there's probably people who are confused by misinformation, and probably people who are kind of tied to misinformation as a project, as an identity, as what they believe. Like, I'm an anti-vaxxer. Like, we don't do this. Like, so I think that for me, trying to reach the people who might be confused by all the things they're seeing, that's my main goal. The people who view whatever is the current fad as part of their identity, that seems to be more a political project. And I don't know if this is something that can be tackled straight through just, oh, here's the actual fact. But I think the risk is when it spills over from that group, right? When it spills over and no one knows what, and then resources like the pandemic is so valuable because you can have a place of kind of like rationality that say, okay, this is trusted for me. And I think this is another reason to be so important, because maybe it's not the CDC for you, right? The place that is so trusted. Maybe it's not, and that's maybe it's not the White House press briefing, and that's fine, right? Like, so finding the right. I remember people talked a lot about, like, when vaccination came out, your doctor, your pastor, and so how do we get those people to talk about the issues that are spreading misinformation? How do we get more and more people who are trusted in their communities? I think that's a part of the challenge, and I think that is unfortunate for me, because it kind of cuts the need maybe of, kind of like, oh, people will go to the Inquirer and find they're trusted, and I hope they do, and I hope a lot of people still do, and I do think they do, but not everybody does, right? There will be some people who will need to hear the same message, maybe the same fact, but from someone else.
And in many ways, social media, that's such a challenge of social media. Social media, those algorithms are built to get the information to people who are going to agree with you. So that confirmation bias is underlying all of the algorithms. And so it becomes challenging in two ways: getting factual, practical information within a network that maybe doesn't believe in those things, whether that's at surface value or deep to their core. It's hard to gain entry into those circles, because the second you're aligned because of the algorithm with anti-vaccination, or insert, the misinformation here, you're going to keep seeing more and more and more of it. So I think that's part of the challenge of social media. And the second is that, if you go back to that like lived experience, if everyone around you believes that, the COVID-19 vaccination, causes cardiac arrest, to be the one person that asks a thoughtful question based in, true desire for more information, and to exit that circle and to search for that information, it's hard to find a source that will do that for you without alienating something. I mean, there's just like so many landmines that you can walk in that sort of are barriers to the underlying message. And so we've tried to like do our best to take those questions that you could ask if you are pro vaccination, anti-vax, to really just like talk about that fundamental question, so that you might feel comfortable with your understanding to then plant that information within the network of people who have a different mindset or a different kind of baseline of understanding. So it's not so much that we want them to trust us. We want someone else within a network to feel that they understand the information well enough to then plant it in their network of trust. Like we're just like the packaging, and we're packaging the message to be easily shared within networks of trust.
Especially with, as you were talking about, these sort of confirmation bias issues that are particularly strong in social media. I'm curious if either of you have ever had an instance where you felt that you changed someone's mind.
Definitely. I think I've changed my mind because of social media, for sure, multiple times. But I think that a lot of times it's less dramatic than a good story. Like it's not, I didn't change, I didn't convert to a different religion. I didn't, it's not like some major life revelation. I mean, it's hard. It always feels a little bit being too sincere about like Twitter always feels a little bit awkward because it's Twitter, who cares kind of thing. But yeah, I feel like if I'm being very honest, a lot of times I see a tweet that went viral. I know the author. I know of the author. I know the reputation. And I'm going to read the thread now, the series of tweets, searching to hate it because that's my preconceived notion of this person. And I think that there's really these moments of work of let me suspend this belief or let me suspend my priors and reading it. And you can find things that you're like, oh yeah, like I disagree with your conclusion of this, but yeah, there's something there. I think a lot of people who pushed back on things I wrote in the past or pointed out a framing of a tweet as problematic, my first reaction, a lot of times they do it, they start at 11 out of 10 because that's the voice of Twitter. A lot of times my need is to kind of respond to 12 out of 10 then. But oftentimes when you take a step back, oh, they're not wrong, right? It's a shame that there's so much work needs to be done to respond that way. And I had very productive conversations. I think the problem is it's sort of like it takes two to tango. My productive conversations were in moments that I was able to do that to myself, which is not always, unfortunately. And that the other person was also willing to stop and to engage in a different way, seeing that I'm trying, right? Like you need to decide to engage in good faith and the other person needs to decide that, oh, you're not arguing. And I just want to say, like I think a lot of us think that our writing is very obvious in tone. Twitter has no tone, right? The whole thing that people think you're very aggressive if you have a period at the end of the text messages and you're not. Maybe that's just how you write a sentence. I think I often say like, because Twitter has no tone, I'm genuinely asking or something like that, because I think that kind of setting the temperature down in that way also helps me as well.
I'm sure we've had impact as well. And it's like those little stories that really get you at the heart. And so as like a researcher, how do you make the jump from we've had great reach to we've changed people's beliefs, actions, and like attitudes? And that's like a harder thing to measure. And so we're in the middle of an engagement survey where we asked our newsletter followers a number of questions about how they've engaged with content. And we got an incredible response rate, which tells us that our audience is quite engaged. And the other is that people told us sort of like the practical places they used this information to change actions and behaviors. And the stories just blew us away. Like this information was getting into school districts and like organizations making plans for how to bring the workforce back. And can I send my kids to school on day 7 after an infection? And so like this information was used day to day, and most certainly saved lives in the process. And so it's hard to capture that in like a scientifically rigorous way. But those qualitative stories in mass are incredibly touching and really powerful to tell us about some of the impact of our work.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been talking a lot about a couple specific platforms, mainly Twitter and Facebook. There's been a lot of talk lately about the future and longevity of some of these platforms, whether there are new platforms emerging that are more popular. And I guess I'm curious if there are other social media platforms emerging or already existing, excuse me, that you see opportunity to continue this conversation about public health. For instance, is Dear Pandemic on TikTok yet?
So the short answer is we've been thinking about it for quite some time and we're working on it. So TikTok it's one to pay attention to if you're in public health and science communication. Certainly a different format, 30 seconds of highly entertaining content. It's not hard to produce so much as it is to like choreograph. So you really need to go in there with the right attitude and the right format. And we haven't had the bandwidth to do that yet. And, I'm 38 years old. I'm not native to TikTok. But I'm like really great at science and communication. So this is like a good opportunity for us to partner with somebody with science, science communication and social media experience to again, pair the science with the delivery mechanism. But yes, I think like anybody who's talking about public health should be talking about TikTok and a younger audience. And we certainly are thinking critically about that. And the other is, there's been tons of talk, over the last 3 months about like, what is the future of Twitter? And that conversation could be supplanted with what happens to Facebook, what happens to Instagram, WhatsApp. They're all sort of here in a moment in time, and you don't have a lot of control over what they deem as important, their privacy practices, or the following. And so we have a Substack newsletter. You can have a paid subscription if you want to support us. You can have a free subscription because we do not want any barriers to that information. And that goes directly to your inbox. And that gives us so much more control over our audience. And so we have just over 11,000 followers on the Substack newsletter. And a platform like that guarantees that you're not going to lose you're going to see every post because it's coming into your inbox. We know who like that sampling frame is. We have 11,000 people who chose to sign up for this. And we know that those are the same people. We're on Facebook. You don't necessarily know if you've reached 100,000 new faces or the same 100,000 people repetitively. And so I think having sort of parallel channels and it is really important because this could potentially be a flash in the pan. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I guess a different take on that question is, to what extent do you think social media will be an important part of public health communication moving forward, especially after the changes that we saw in how we talk to each other through social media during the pandemic? I'm curious is it possible to just say, well, we don't need social media to communicate public health, or is this a critical piece of the way we spread public health messages now?
I would say it's a critical piece of how we spread science and public health information at this moment. So Kaiser Family Foundation looks closely at who gets news information on what platforms and the frequency. I encourage everybody to take a look at their stats, but more than 50% of people get all of their news on social media. And so if there's something worth reading, we have to find a way to get into those passive information streams, because if you take a look at all like the outreach that is possible, that's the one that is likely to touch the most people. That in the U.S. at least, I think that this conversation looks very different in on an international standpoint. But I think we have to be critically thinking about how we're using social media as an outlet.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that the social media will change. It will be here at some capacity, and who knows. I think this kind of like a lightning round. It'll be really quick of some advice that I have that is related to that. So I think the first one is if you're a content creator, back up your stuff. You can be suspended tomorrow. You can the social media site can shut down. Don't have all of your work on one social media site. Like keep those posts, keep the stuff like that is important. Highly recommend. I can tell you horror stories later. I think that if you're an individual and this is not your income, take step backs when you need it, right? If you don't have to post, and I fluctuate a lot in how much I post. I left Facebook, one of the best mental health decisions of my life. I think each person reacts differently to each platform. Each person engages differently with these platforms. If you don't kind of have to, and you have the ability to take that step back, I highly recommend that. Another thing, like two more kind of tips related to like how to engage in social media kind of going into the future. Just a reminder that there's an odd thing about social media that when you post something, even if you're used to getting only 5 likes per post, this can be viral suddenly. And sometimes it feels like a breach of intimacy because you assume you're posting for a really small crowd that is your people that you know, but you did put it on the internet, right? So keeping that in mind, and I try to craft every post that I have as if it will be a post that will get like thousands of likes and thousands of people will tell me I'm wrong, essentially. Like, will I be comfortable tweeting something, going to sleep, wake up in the morning and seeing a gazillion people respond to it? Because you just never know. Same thing comes with screenshot culture, but that's the internet is forever. And then if there's medical providers on this, people in the human health and human services more generally, the session is called How to Use Social Media to Share Your Health Story. And something that happens a lot is that people share other people's health story, and not violating HIPAA. I'm not talking about law here. In very vague terms, this is something that journalists do as well because we have sources, right? And I just recommend being very careful about that and being very intentional about what details you're sharing, whether the person knows that you're about to share something, because even if they're not identifiable, they might be able to identify themselves. And at the end of the day, it is their story and not yours. This is something I think about all the time when I kind of want to add some color to a story that I wrote in a Twitter thread. Is this something that I would have put in the story in the paper, right? Or is it something I'm kind of adding some novelty here that is maybe not my story to add? I see physicians sharing patients very effectively on social media, patient stories confidentially. And I would just say being intentional about that and making sure that you are comfortable that if that person were to see this, that would be okay.
Yeah,
I agree with
really
everything.
Yes. Dr. Ritter, did you have any other final tips that you wanted to offer before we wrap up here, or have we covered it?
I think that we've covered everything. This has been such a wonderful opportunity, and I thank you for being here and for hearing the wisdom of your team. The Inquirer has done incredible coverage, and I'm happy to be here talking about sharing your health story today.
Great. Well, as we wrap up, I'd just like to thank Dr. Ritter and thank you so much for sharing your insight here. Thanks to everyone for their great questions and for tuning in. We're going to take a break and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Please join us at that time for what promises to be a fascinating conversation with Jasmine Brown, a Penn medical student and Rhodes Scholar whose book Twice as Hard explores the lives and careers of the first Black doctors. Thanks so much. See you again soon.
Getting the COVID-19 booster is about doing our part to love and protect our families. Vaccines are a life-saving tool in the fight against the virus. Over time, they become less effective at preventing serious illness, just like other vaccines. We need the boosters to increase protection against COVID-19 and its variants, ultimately preventing us from getting really sick or dying. So do it for your family, especially those at higher risk. Protect the ones you love. Vaccinate.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ritika Kumar. On behalf of everyone at Independence Blue Cross, I am thrilled to welcome you to this final session with our colleagues at the Philadelphia Inquirer. We're proud to help provide free access to today's event so you can explore the power of storytelling. Words have power. They are a critical tool when it comes to your health. Whether you are sharing your needs with a caregiver, giving voice to a loved one, or providing support as a member of the medical community, it is essential to be both accurate and compassionate with our words. At Independence, we have worked to empower our community for over 85 years. And we continue that effort today as we join our friends at the Philadelphia Inquirer in offering you the opportunity to elevate your own health stories now. Joining us today is Jasmine Brown, a medical student at the University of Pennsylvania, who began researching the lives of the first Black women doctors while being a Rhodes Scholar at the Oxford University. What she learned about their careers, as well as her own journey to becoming a physician, is the basis of her new book, Twice as Hard, which will be released next week. With extraordinary detail, Jasmine takes readers directly into the lives of 9 pioneering Black female physicians across a span of almost 2 centuries, connecting the barriers that they encountered to her own firsthand experiences with the ongoing challenges of structural racism and sexism in medicine today. For the next hour, we will have the pleasure of hearing excerpts from her book, followed by discussions by Jasmine and 2 more extraordinary leaders in this field. Dr. Eve Higginbotham is the inaugural Vice Dean for Inclusion and Diversity at the Perelman School of Medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. She is an ophthalmologist whose previous leadership roles including serving as the Dean of Morehouse School of Medicine. And Dr. Arlene Bennett, the first African-American woman and the first woman of color to earn a medical degree from Penn in 1964. She worked for many years as a psychiatrist with a large and diverse private practice in the community. We're thrilled to share in this discussion. Please enjoy the event.
Hello, thank you all for joining me, for joining us. I appreciate it. It is such a privilege to be in your company. And as we kick off too, Jasmine, congratulations on your book. I'm going to show my advanced copy, which is now dog-eared. It comes out on Tuesday, and it is really an exceptional read. With that, perhaps we can start our conversation by talking about how you explore the ways in which histories are at once our own experiences and part of a collective history. In the book, Jasmine, you make the point that the linked histories of you make this point through the linked histories of 2 trailblazing doctors, Dr. Edith Irby Jones, who was the first Black student of any gender to integrate a Southern medical school in 1948, and Dr. Jocelyn Elders, who is perhaps better known to many of us as the first Black woman to serve as the U.S. Surgeon General. Now, there is a story in the book about how, while Edith Irby Jones was a medical student at the University of Arkansas College of Medicine, she visited Philander Smith College to participate in an event that was hosted by Delta Sigma Theta, a Black sorority. Jocelyn, still a college student, met Edith at this event. Prior to their meeting, Jocelyn aspired to become a Dillard's sales clerk. After meeting Edith, who was a doctor in training, Jocelyn decided she wanted to be a physician. Dr. Elders is later quoted as reflecting, "From that moment on, all I could dream about was wanting to be just like her. You see, I'd never seen a doctor before I went to college, and you can't be what you can't see." Jasmine, what do these words, "you can't be what you can't see," mean to you today as you envision your career?
Thanks so much for having me. You can't be what you can't see. I felt those words when I learned about these women's stories and the stories of many other Black women physicians, including the ones that we have the privilege to be with today. As I thought about my career within medicine, I looked around and I didn't see that many Black women in leadership roles or being highlighted for various accomplishments. So I worried that I might be hindered in achieving my highest aspirations within medicine due to prejudice that I might face as a Black woman. But by learning about the stories of these incredible Black women physicians, I gained hope. I was inspired that I could achieve what I wanted to do and what I wanted to be because I saw it in them. So, Dr. Bennett and Dr. Higginbotham, can you each talk about a physician that played a significant role in your career paths?
Well, I'll be happy to talk about my journey. Certainly, growing up in New Orleans at the end of the Jim Crow period, we didn't really have many role models at all. In fact, that was the period where we had segregated hospitals, and I was born in one of those hospitals, Flint Goodrich, based on the Hill-Burton law that was passed early in the century. My role model was my pediatrician. Dr. Boutte. She was the only woman practicing in the city of New Orleans, a Black woman. And she was my first role model as a physician. But considering that she was the only one, certainly being a physician wasn't at the top of my list because I really was looking at areas of interest where I wouldn't be just the only one. But certainly that's been the case for much of my career.
Dr. Bennett, could you share your experiences too?
Yes, I certainly will. I had a very interesting experience. In fact, I guess my experience proves that you can't be what you can't see. I'm a native Philadelphian. I was born at the Women's Hospital at Preston in Parish. This is in Philadelphia, West Philadelphia. Most of the doctors there were women. So until I was about 8 or 9 years old, I thought most, if not all, doctors were women, and that they were diverse too, because Dr. Helen Dickens, one of our significant historical figures, was there, and there were women from all over the world. So I was able to see women who were diverse. They came from all over, all colors, all kinds. And I came from a very humble background. My dad worked on the railroad, started at age 14, and mother took care of us at home, my brother and myself. At 9, I decided I wanted to be a doctor. My situation was reversed because in my own environment, I knew that was a possibility. It was the counselors at school who tried to convince me that I wouldn't be able to be a doctor. So it's a very interesting story, but that's my story.
Thank you for these stories. Now, as we know, and as Jasmine explores in her book, the past and the future and the present are not always as far apart as we might like to think. Some current day statistics, which are cited in the book. In 2020, Black women accounted for 2% of the physician workforce. In Jasmine's class at Penn, there are approximately 170 students, 23 are Black, and 10 of these students are also women. Jasmine, what did you learn about the factors contributing to the continued underrepresentation of Black women in medicine?
I learned that there are many social and structural barriers that were put in place far in the past that still persist today. So Penn, as a predominantly white institution, probably has one of the better representations of Black women. I know of some schools close to 200 students and they maybe have one Black student, maybe two, whereas Penn's is closer to the national population of around like 13%. But the national average of the national representation of Black physicians is still severely underrepresented. Around 5% of all physicians are Black, and about half of that are women. And one of the big factors that I saw contributing to this lack of representation was the Flexner Report in 1910. With this report, Abraham Flexner decided what schools he thought were legitimate and what schools he thought were illegitimate. Back in 1900, there were 160 Black female physicians, but in 1920, 10 years after the report, there were only 65. Not coincidentally, with this report, Flexner had said that most of the Black medical schools were illegitimate, leading to the closing of all but two, Howard and Meharry. And what is important to me with this report is to show that while he did have some scientific backing, while he did have some experience giving insight into what schools might be able to persist into this new era of medicine, it was also extremely biased. One of the other medical schools that he initially deemed as illegitimate was Washington University, which is my alma mater. And now Washington University School of Medicine is considered one of the best medical schools in the country. But when he first put in this report, WashU then gave him and the committee some money, asking them to reconsider. Then they reevaluated and saw, oh, actually, no, I think WashU is up to par. But somehow all these Black institutions didn't fit. And he even exposed his racism in his report by saying that Black physicians should only be treating Black patients, and the fewer Black physicians, the better. It can be shocking for us to hear now, as we like to think, oh, these reports are objective, they're only in favor of the betterment of medicine. But this was only a few decades after slavery. Many people still viewed Black people as less than. So he used his power to close so many Black medical schools. In the late 1800s, there's as many as 14 Black medical schools, but then after his report, there were only 2. And those Black medical schools, Howard and Meharry, and now 2 more, Morehouse and Charles Drew, trained the vast majority of Black physicians in the country. And we saw, just as the toppling of Black women physicians after that report, the number of Black physicians overall was decreased significantly. In 1910, only 2.5% of all physicians were Black. And then in 2006, almost 100 years later, 2.2% of all physicians were Black. So we see how significant that one policy change and the closing of those schools affected the entire demographics of medicine. And so there's different things like that, those policies, and then also social barriers that contribute to the challenges that we still face today, unfortunately. So my question is actually for Dr. Higginbotham, as someone who has held leadership roles in multiple medical schools, including Morehouse, and has been in the forefront of diversity efforts. What have been some of the most effective strategies that you've seen for increasing diversity in medicine?
That's a great question, Jasmine. I'm so happy that you started your discussion with the Flexner report, because most recently there was an analysis. If we had actually kept those 5 medical schools open, we would have as many as 30,000 more physicians of color. And so certainly that was a structural impactor to the number of physicians of color that we have. And certainly we had many more women who were leading healthcare institutions in the early 1900s. So it's a struggle. I would say the most effective mechanism that we have across all of academic medicine these days is holistic admissions. Because Jasmine, as you mentioned, there's still a lot of bias. I mean, what's written in the institution that enslaved individuals are 3/5 human certainly lives on. People still think that we as people of color are less than or different from, and we always have to prove ourselves. And so holistic admissions takes into account the lived experience. What is it in your lived experience will help you to be the best physician that we can actually graduate from any particular school who's going to actually do the best job for a growing, diverse nation. And so it's a matter of actually understanding the why we are physicians and scientists. The why is because we want to make the world a better place. And who best to make the world a better place but a diverse workforce? So holistic admissions, we've noticed across the country when medical schools take into account the lived experience, then they become more diverse and they deliver physicians to the workplace who are more compassionate, who are more community oriented, who really understand the social contract. So those are just a few comments related to that. And of course, the programs leading up to medical school, which have been historically called pipeline programs. So these are programs that are critically important because, as we said early on, we need to see role models. And so we need to have more physicians who are seen in our elementary schools and our middle schools, so that students see what their future could be. Pipeline programs would be the other really important mechanism. And certainly we're doing all of those things here at Penn, and it seems to be working. If I could say one more thing, I think you mentioned that there are only 10 women of color in your class. In my class at Harvard Medical School in 1975, we had 5. So that means, at least compared to these 2 medical schools, we've only doubled in 40 years. So bias is still an important structural barrier. And certainly we're working on ensuring that all of our processes are objective and our people on our admissions committee understand their own biases.
Thank you. And as we all know too, bias can play a part in whose histories get told in the first place, right? Jasmine, in your research, you were unable to find a photograph of Dr. Rebecca Lee Crumpler, who in 1864 became the first African-American woman to earn a medical degree in the United States. This was 14 months after Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, moving to end slavery in the country, and 15 years after the first white women were allowed to become physicians, as you note in your book. Jasmine, can you tell us about Dr. Crumpler's history and her story and what surprised you and inspired you as you learned it?
One of the things that surprised me about Dr. Crumpler, which honestly was a surprise for all of these women, were just how resilient they were in the face of when faced with so many barriers. So for Dr. Crumpler, as you mentioned, she graduated 14 months after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, which means that she was in medical school during the Civil War. She went to New England Female Medical College in Boston, and as the Civil War started to break out, there were a lot of white Bostonians who were against the ending of slavery who started to terrorize the Black neighborhoods. One of those neighborhoods, which was only a mile or 2 away from Rebecca's school. And so she had to leave Boston for her own safety. And then when she tried to return to medical school, her school tried to take away her financial aid, saying that her reason for leaving was not legitimate enough. Maybe for the other students who were all white women, they weren't concerned for their safety so they could carry on, and the school just didn't understand. Or maybe there were actually people on the committee who supported slavery, but that's a separate issue. But either way, she found alternative financial aid. She finished medical school. And then she went to Virginia to provide medical care for newly freed Black Americans. And even while she was there, amongst an entire group of physicians who had gone down to provide care for these patients, she was alienated even within that space. The male physician said that her MD stood for nothing more than mule driver. The pharmacist did not accept the prescriptions that she gave for her patients. But still, she continued to persist because this is what she was passionate about. And she knew that her presence within this space was so important. So, yeah, I just found that really inspirational. Dr. Bennett, can you talk more about your experience at Penn Med, where you were the first Black female medical student? And second question, why do you think it took them so long for a woman of color to enter their wards? Because the first Black man to graduate from Penn was about 100 years before.
Yes. I'll see if I can answer those. My experience at Penn was pretty good. Um, I tended to stay with people that were supportive to me. I mean, there were certainly people in my class who couldn't understand why I was there. They were not very supportive. So that you had people at that end, but then at the other end, I remember I had the flu and I was sick for about 3 weeks. And one of my classmates, those were not the days where we had Xerox machines or all kinds of fancy electronic equipment. He actually hand wrote a second copy of our lecture notes for me so that I could keep up. But, you know, as I say, so that I tended to look for people who were comfortable with diversity, could understand and could spell the word, and were fairly kind. And there's something unique about Penn. The attitude in some of the medical schools was look at the person on your left, look at the person on your right. One or two of you will not graduate. At Penn, the overall attitude was if they took you in, they expected you to graduate. So that made an entirely different attitude. Now, that's what I found in 1964. I don't know. I think the Dean Kennedy at that time was very impressed with my background. And he was particularly impressed with me going into the Air Force to get the GI Bill. Because I was determined at 9, I decided I was going to be a doctor, and that was it. And I was in the military, came home, and I said, well, I'll try to make Dean's List every year in undergraduate school, and then I'll apply to the medical school. And I was accepted. But I did know people, and as I said, being a Philadelphian may have been helpful. I also was blessed in growing up in a relatively diverse neighborhood before diversity was a word. So that I was used to being around people of all cultures and was raised to respect them and to expect them to respect me. So I was kind of feisty. And my parents, I had my inner circle. So the outside didn't mean that much. But I don't have an answer for why it took so long to accept a female in our class, a Black female. We had 5 students, and we did have one professor whose name I will not mention, who would come in every morning, look at us and say, "Good morning, gentlemen." I can hear him to this day, but there were others who were not like that. And I just, medicine to me is a calling, and it's my work and my life. I did want to add one thing. I try to stress with the students, the medical students and the graduate students that I work with, to get them to try to appreciate the patients on whom we learn our trade. And that's not emphasized enough. We do not treat the patients, private patients of the attending staff. We treat poor people who may or may not be able to get the education and the opportunities that they need. And I think we need to teach people to be more thankful for the people on whom they learn their trade.
Thank you for all of that perspective. In Twice as Hard, the women that Jasmine profiles were tested not only as professionals, but also in their personal lives. In some cases, their successes triggered pushback, perhaps from their own fathers and husbands. They sacrificed, as many still do today, time with their families. Some lost entirely the limited years in which they might have had a chance to give birth to their own children. Jasmine, can you tell us more about these complex lives associated with these women who are also trailblazers?
Yeah, so that difficult balance between life and career is something that came in with their womanhood that was like particular of a professional woman. And because of these expectations of what a woman is supposed to do, particularly like let's say 50 or so years ago, but honestly it still persists today of, oh, you're supposed to be this homemaker to some extent, you're supposed to care for the children. Then how are you balancing a demanding career at the same time?
Mhm.
Some of the more like difficult situations that I saw when I was learning about these women was when those gender norms affected people that they were really close to. So Dr. May Chen, who was born at the turn of the 20th century, when she decided to go to college and then to go to medical school, her dad disowned her. He said that he expected his daughter to get married and have kids. And so then he just stopped talking to her. They continued to live in the same home, but he would ignore her. And I don't even, my family is so important to me. Like, I can't imagine
Mhm.
how she continued forward with that pressure. Um, and she did. She became an incredible physician. For a while, she was the only Black woman physician practicing in Harlem. And she did so many great things in her career. And maybe like 10, 15 years later, her dad eventually came around when his boss told him how cool it was that his daughter was a doctor. But yeah, it's just really hard, and I've definitely seen that in some of the women that I profiled, and even other women that I've talked to within medicine of how difficult it is to balance their family life and their professional life. So that's actually my question to you all, Dr. Higginbotham and Dr. Bennett. Can you all talk about how you all balance your medical career and personal life, and what advice do you have for a young woman in medicine or young, like, female professional on how she can do both?
That's a great question, and certainly it's complicated. My mother had a career, so I knew that it was okay to have a career. And my father was also very supportive. My parents are both public school teachers, and they encourage all three of us girls to have careers where you could have some economic independence or have that as an option. So I would say that that is one piece of advice: is pay attention to your career, protect it, and really ensure that it is secure enough that you can be able to bounce on your feet again and be financially independent. As a woman of color, particularly going through professional school, medical school in the 70s and into the 80s in terms of training, I felt an added pressure to be better than anybody else could imagine, to be as good as I could be. And that pressure is really hard to sustain. Certainly, it doesn't allow a lot of time to go out and meet people and have a great opportunity to see your friends and family. And so I think it is particularly challenging for people of color in these professions where we don't really have a lot of us represented. And so I would say that the second piece of advice would be to make time for friends and family, because at the end of the day, that's critically important. And the last thing is, certainly I was blessed to have a very supportive husband. He's not a physician, but certainly understood the challenges I had in order to move up the academic ladder. I certainly saw greater opportunity leaving institutions as opposed to staying. But so he was with me at all those moves. But certainly, we certainly would have loved to have had a family. But as time goes on, one's biological clock ticks. And certainly the last piece of advice I would say is pay attention to your biological clock and make plans accordingly. If that's in your future, or if that's what you desire. But I would say that I am certainly fulfilled because I get to spend time with medical students like you, Jasmine. And let me just say, on behalf of the entire Penn community, we are so very proud of you. So congratulations. It's a matter of actually paying attention to what your own goals are, as well as being resilient, as you mentioned earlier.
Dr. Bennett, would you care to speak, or could you share thoughts too on the complexity of what it means to be a pioneer?
Well, it certainly it is a challenge, and you don't perhaps have as much of a social life as you would like to have, and it is very, very important to decide what things relax you, if it's music or going for sports or for exercise. Also, in terms of the person that you select, it's very important to select someone who respects what you're doing and will be very supportive to you. My husband, I'm blessed, he's very supportive. This morning, getting ready for the 8:30 briefing conference, he bought my breakfast upstairs. Of course, I would do the same for him, but we both share. Now, of course, we were blessed. We have one son, and we now have a granddaughter who's 10. But to show you how far behind I am from some of my classmates, one of my girls' high classmates went to the graduation of her great grandson. My granddaughter is 10. So I was sort of slow. But I think you balance what's important in your life. And as I said before, medicine is a calling. And so that you pursue that, it's a blessing. And it's good to surround yourself with people who have that feeling and feel the same way about what you're doing. You can't have it all. I remember being at Penn, and one of the surgical residents, her husband was a minister, and he would bring the 3 kids in their jammies to say goodnight to mother, and then he would take them home and put them to bed. So we do make sacrifices, but you have to feel good about that, and you have to feel that is what your calling is. That's what you have to do, and not feel guilty. I'll tell you one funny story, and then I will stop. I did have one mother in New Jersey when we were there for a while, who was very ambivalent about going back. She'd had her baby and had stayed home until he was a toddler. And he started to stutter when she was going back. And really, it wasn't his ambivalence, it was hers. So I put her on Librium, and he stopped stuttering. Because it became all right for mother to go back and to work. So we have to really work with ourselves to make sure that we don't feel that way, that we feel comfortable with what we have to do.
Thank you for that. Sort of in keeping with this theme, and also perhaps the title of Jasmine's book, Twice as Hard, I'd like to read a passage that she wrote on the life of Dr. Marilyn Hughes Gaston, who was a pioneering researcher into sickle cell disease. And she also helped to create the concept that we now know as a community-based health clinic, and at the time was quite a novel idea. So quoting from Jasmine's book, imagine being in Marilyn's shoes. You decide to pursue a highly regarded career path. After long hours of studying and countless tests, you make it to the final stage of training necessary to make your dream come true. To your surprise, none of the other trainees or professionals look like you. As you try to learn their ways, naturally you feel like an outsider. You might even question why you're there. Do you hold a legitimate place in this community? Even if your skills are on par with those of your fellow trainees, your identities draw you apart. The feeling of not belonging, despite earning one spot, is the experience of many underrepresented minorities within medicine. It is often labeled imposter syndrome. It's a debilitating feeling. Jasmine, can you elaborate on what your experience has been, and also perhaps what you learned through this research.
Yeah, so I think I share a similar mentality as Dr. Higginbotham, where feeling this need to kind of prove and overprove why I deserve to be in a space. And I think that started when I was pretty young, like having classmates even as young as elementary school, but then definitely in high school, telling me either that I couldn't succeed in academics or that the only reason why I would gain entry into certain places, such as universities, would be because I was Black, not because I actually earned it. And so I had this drive to prove that Black people are smart, that these stereotypes that people are saying about us is not true. And so I felt like I had to be almost perfect in order to counter that. And I realized at some point in college that not only was I carrying the weight of trying to prove something of myself, but I also carrying the weight of trying to prove something for my entire race. Um, and it wasn't until I got the Rhodes Scholarship actually that I realized that I felt like I could let go of that weight, that I had done all that I could to prove that Black people are intelligent, that we are capable, and that if people chose to still not believe that in spite of all that I had done, then they were just rooted in the racism that was irrational in the first place. But still, I think so. Coming into medical school, I knew how strong my grades were. I knew all that I brought to the table. Um, so I didn't doubt. I knew that I was more than qualified to be accepted into these medical schools, but I still think that there was this persistent question of if I would actually make it through, if I would actually become a doctor. And I think maybe the idea of becoming a physician was elusive to me in some way. I would be the first person in my family to become a doctor, so maybe that disconnection. Um, and so maybe constantly trying to prove to myself that I can make it through. Yeah, it's interesting. But it's weird because it's like I don't feel like I'm an imposter as a medical student, but like will I actually become a doctor? I think the further I get, the more confident I become. So now I'm the third year. There's fewer obstacles. I've come this far. And also, I think the time that I've had in the hospital, I've gotten more comfortable with those clinical skills. And I see how I'm able to navigate in the hospital. So I feel more comfortable in that way. But I also feel like such an important part of me forming my physician identity and being comfortable in the space is through the community that I've developed and the mentors that I've found in Black physicians that make me feel like I do belong in this space and I can thrive. Um, so for Dr. Bennett and Dr. Higginbotham, you all have advice for a medical trainee, college student, whatever, someone along their journey struggling with imposter syndrome?
Well, first of all, Jasmine, certainly you are going to be a great doctor. You're certainly making a big difference now with this incredible book that you have authored. We may have had this discussion before, but the imposter syndrome for me comes from a position of privilege. And I don't believe it really pertains to those of us who are underrepresented in these various environments. Because as you indicated, that there are pressures outside of us that are intentionally placed to make us feel less than. And that's not us. That's not coming from our inner strength. I mean, we are really strong to even be in that place. And so it's not coming from a position of privilege. It's really coming from certainly our own inner strength that we're able to navigate in these challenging environments. So for those of us who are underrepresented, I would say imposter syndrome has no place because it's outside of us. And you wouldn't be here if you weren't certainly as good as you are and able to actually navigate successfully. So having that core confidence, that core set of values that you obviously have been able to continue to live by, given the success that you've had, are things that you need to always return to during those times when you do get a little bit disappointed, and not allow the external to impact your internal, because you are a strong person just by who you are.
Yes. And I think if I may add, the imposter syndrome it's a very interesting concept, but it is really something that can impact on anyone. This is can be a human condition, and everybody doesn't have it. And as Dr. Hickenbottom said, certainly this is not something that we've created. This is something that some of the individuals that we deal with outside of ourselves may have. And I think that one of the things, always look at the messenger, because people who feel good about themselves don't have to have an underdog. As I think back to some of the professors at Penn that I had that I really just loved being around and spending time with them, they were very comfortable with themselves. They were comfortable in their own skin. And maybe that's the reason why I was attracted to psychiatry so early on. Those who were not very pleasant with themselves. They were not, and of course, doing the work that I do as a humble student of human behavior, there's a lot of doubt that goes around, and it doesn't necessarily have to be women or people of color. It's out there for everybody. And so just always assess the messenger. They feel good about themselves, they'll feel good about you.
This feels like a good segue to talking about the fact that there are collective responsibilities to support each other, right? So today, for example, we often use words like allies and intersectionality to describe the ways in which all of us, white women, men, society at large, have a shared responsibility to confront systemic oppression. This is also noted in your book in multiple stories, Jasmine, but there is one that I'm hoping we can touch on about Dr. Dorothy Bowling Farabee. In the 1920s, as your research notes, Dr. Farabee was one of 5 female medical students at Tufts. The others were all white, whom their male instructors refused to teach. Jasmine, can you tell the story of how they fought back through friendship and alliances, and that even still, as you note, Dr. Farabee's path moving forward was twice as hard?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Dr. Farabee was in medical school in the 1920s, and at that time, at least from her account, there was a quota, but like a limitation quota in how many women they would allow in a school. For her, she thought that the school's limitation was around 3 women. The general class was at least 100 students. But then in her particular class, they made some exceptions because one of the women came from a wealthy family, and another woman had a father who was on faculty. So in her class, there were 5 medical students, including her. The other 4 were white women. When they were going through their training, they actually had a similar experience that you mentioned, Dr. Bennett, where there were attending physicians or professors who didn't acknowledge them. There was one professor, I think they had some relationship with Mass General Hospital, and so this physician professor came from Mass General, taught the students at Tufts, and they basically went through cases. So They provided the history of the patient. Then he selected a group of students and asked them to say what the differential was, what were they going to do to assess the patient, what tests were they going to order, and what was their treatment plan. And for most of the year, he didn't acknowledge those 5 women. He called all the other men. He gave them this opportunity to further their learning, but he just pretended like they didn't exist. Dr. Farabee said that at times she felt like they could have just been flies on the wall. But they were determined to get their medical degrees. They were determined to get the training that they needed. So they worked together, forming the study group that they would meet regularly to go through the different cases and to help each other learn the material. Then one day, the professor finally calls on them, asks them a case that he assumes is so complex that they won't know it. But they had been going through the medical journals and they actually had read about a similar case in one of their study sessions. So they knew all of the answers. They said it eloquently. And this professor was so upset that they did well, he stormed out of the classroom. So those women working together helped them to all succeed. So when they graduated, they were all, I think, within the top 10 percentile of the class. But something that Dr. Farabee mentions that she never really say for herself, but some of the other women would speak up for her, was that she was actually number 1 in her entire class. But still, when they went to apply for residency, all the men got their acceptances, and there were crickets for these women. So then one of the white women reached out to her family to get her connections to get into the residency program. Another one did the same. But for Dr. Farabee, despite literally being the top student in her entire class, all of these residency programs came back. Sorry, there's no more spots. Sorry, you're not competitive enough for our program. But somehow these men were that were ranked below her. Doesn't make sense. So then, thankfully, her brother, who was training to become a lawyer at Howard University, knew about some connections within the DC area. So then she moved to DC, and eventually she was able to get a position at Howard University. And so she trained there as a resident and then eventually joined on as faculty. And then throughout her career did so many incredible things, from local involvement of supporting the community, creating organizations that helped with the infrastructure, to on a national level or international level of representing the US when doing service trips abroad. But one of the key things that she did in conjunction with her sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha, was going to Mississippi to provide health care to Black sharecroppers. And she had reached out in advance to the white plantation owners to get permission to do this. But when her, along with other Black women medical professionals, went to the different plantations, the white plantation owners would not let these Black sharecroppers leave the plantation to go get medical care. They had set up these clinics for them to meet at. So then they were like, okay, we came here, so we're not leaving. So then they put all their medical equipment in their cars, and they drove plantation to plantation. And this actually became the first U.S. mobile health clinic. So they were providing vaccines, they were providing testing to these patients and ensuring that they still got the care despite the boundaries that they were faced up against. And so, so as you mentioned, the allyship was extremely important for her to succeed within her medical training, despite her actual professors praying for her downfall. But then she still faced more barriers than her white female counterparts because of that added component of racism. Dr. Bennett and Dr. Higginbotham, what have been your experiences with allies that have supported you through your journeys?
Well, very important. I mean, I'm in a profession, ophthalmology, that is not very diverse. Certainly, in terms of the representation, in terms of African Americans, it's only 2.5% of the entire country. And so there are only 200 of us that are of African American descent. And so it's a matter of actually understanding who you can go to for the most supportive relationship, as Dr. Bennett mentioned earlier, and really actually having the chance to build a relationship over time. My sponsors and mentors in my career have not been Black women, but they've been men, primarily because they're mostly men in my profession.
Mhm.
So building allies, very, very important. You can't get there alone, but certainly, as again, what Dr. Bennett said earlier, there are people who understand and who really know that it's not as easy without having the privilege that others have. And you have to be better than good at all times. And one last thing, when I was growing up in New Orleans, of course, it was during the end of the Jim Crow period, I integrated an elementary school when I was in fourth grade. And every morning, my parents would say, beat him with your brains. And so it's a matter of showing that you can actually compete at the same platform, at a greater pace even, to really be able to survive. And certainly that's been my experience, but it can be very lonely too, as you indicated. I only had one job offer when I was finishing my fellowship at Massachusetts Eye and Infirmary. And I wondered, well, what's wrong with my career path? I went to MIT, I went to Harvard Medical School, I did all this research, I have all these publications, and my colleagues around me were getting multiple job offers. I had only one. But as God says, God takes care of babies and fools. And so God gave me the best first job that I could ever have had, because my department chair at the University of Illinois, Morton Goldberg, was the best role model for an inclusive leader. Thank you.
Well, of course, I stayed in Philadelphia when I finished my residency, and started with a few patients the first day. I think my referral sources came from classmates and people that I had known through school and different places, but I had no strong connections with the university or with other professional groups. I kind of had to build that myself. And I guess one of the things that I would say is that the one thing that we have to fight is isolation. It's amazing how you can develop a community, a network of people who have common interests, want to learn from you, you want to learn from them. And I think the new word in our field is cultural competence. And so that people are listening, people recognize the importance of understanding each other and being able to talk openly about issues, crises, racism, and other things that may get in the way of someone's treatment. And I think if there's one thing that I have tried very diligently to get through to my colleagues is the importance of insight. Everyone has a level of insight. Some have more, some have less, but there is no one who doesn't have insight. And so I get together with colleagues, we'll have lunch, we'll talk. There are not a large number of Black psychiatrists. I hope that the number will grow, but we're just really getting, I think, firmer feet in the field. But that's the important thing. Never let yourself get isolated. There's always someone that you can bond with and talk clinical talk personal talk about your goals, and that's very important. But it's you have to be alert and on the job.
Thank you. Given that we are approaching the end of our time together, that seems like a perfect segue for one more quote from Twice as Hard. In Jasmine's book, she quotes Dr. Claudia Thomas, who in 1980, upon completing her training at Yale, learned that she had the distinction of becoming the nation's first Black female orthopedic surgeon, a specialty that I believe is still among the least diverse in medicine. Jasmine, you quote Dr. Thomas in your book as replying, "Well, I will not be the last." So here we are at the start of 2023, and perhaps each of you can share your own thoughts. What needs to happen in medicine to ensure that many more will not be the last?
Well, I think one really important part of that is sharing these stories, because there are so many incredible Black women physicians in this country, presently and throughout our history, yet their stories are not told. I didn't learn about Black women physicians in high school. I didn't learn about them in college. I didn't even learn about them in my master's program, which was a master's in history of medicine. And sharing those stories, as we've kind of mentioned, the importance of seeing the pioneers who have come before us, who can inspire us to achieve what we're meant to achieve, is incredibly important. I believe that mentorship is important, both within the community of other Black physicians, as well as intentional mentorship from physicians, professionals that have other identities, that recognize that there are unique barriers that Black trainees face along their journeys, and to be a proper or most effective mentor, that needs to be kept in mind when there are national crises that particularly affect Black people, whether it be police brutality, for instance. How are you as a mentor, even if you do not have that same identity, how are you checking in on your mentees? How are you making sure that they are okay? Because we don't live in a bubble. We're not just medical trainees, physicians, when we're in this space, and then once we step out, then we are dealing with the traumas of society. We carry that with us. So that acknowledgement and that emotional support, in addition to the more professionally focused support, I think is extremely important.
Yeah, I would say just very briefly that given that more of us as people of color, and certainly specific to our conversation, women of color, we are more likely to go back to communities and serve our communities. And given that our country still is not where it should be, given the cost of medical care in this country in terms of the expenditures, and we're not delivering in terms of the quality related to that cost. We're below the, in the bottom or near the bottom of the list of industrialized countries. We should be actually investing more into the healthcare enterprise, not only at the federal level, but at the state. And the Affordable Care Act attempted to do that, but as we know, not all states took that on. But that would be one big move, is to invest in healthcare, particularly primary care. And by doing so, you bring a lot more diversity in, because by nature, we are more committed to serving the community.
Well, I think there are two areas that I sort of pursue, favorite areas: working with the residents, In fact, I think it was last year I had the privilege of seeing 3 young women that I had supervised in the medical school, and over a 10-year period. And that was very exciting. The other thing, I keep my ears open, even when I'm in the beauty parlor. If there is any mother and daughter there where there seems to be a conversation going on, or the quality of it is such, or it's exciting, or the daughter is interested in school, I immediately go into action and explain the difference between the academic course and the clerical courses and different things, and how they can do this, how they can get around obstacles, what they have to do at the school, because I think we have to really start as early as possible. When I think about it, I was decided at 9. And if we can get these families to get around the counselors and the people who would discourage them and let them go forth, I think they'd have a much more positive attitude. They'd know what they would want and would see themselves in these roles. You have to see yourself succeeding and in a role. And by the time they get to high school, if they haven't had the academic course, if they haven't taken certain things, various requisites, they're lost. And they're not going to spend the extra time and say, it'll take too long. So I do everything that I could. If I hear there's any interest, I start on my recruiting. And it's worked in a couple of cases. So I think that we have to sort of hit this issue at all points. And because we don't want to be the last, and we will not be the last. We'll do what we have to do.
Thank you all. I wish that our conversation could continue. Hopefully this will not be the last time we speak. And certainly everyone has an opportunity to continue the conversation with Jasmine's words when her book comes out next week, Twice as Hard. And again, thank you so much. It's been an honor to have an opportunity to speak with you all. And you are all just extraordinary trailblazing role models. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to all of our terrific panelists and our moderators and my wonderful behind the scenes colleagues today, Angelica, Isri, and Renee Eiffel, who made this event come together once again like magic. I'd also like to thank the Inquirer's managing editor, Charlotte Sutton, who has hosted and organized this event in past years and had the vision to bring us together for a day like this. Please remember that this entire day has been taped, so you can go back and rewatch or see anything you missed at inquirer.com/live. You may be hearing from us in the future about our next exciting offering from the Inquirer's health team. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Independence Blue Cross, and our sponsor, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, as well as the Lenfest Institute for Journalism, and of course, the leadership of the Philadelphia Inquirer. Health stories are told all day, every day online at inquirer.com/health. So please check us out and have a wonderful day.